Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, hey.
Hello.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Are we awake?
So far, so good.
Yeah.
Did you work today, Nick?
No, Thursdays are my days off, so just been kind of enjoying it. The day off today. What's
Do
up,
you get a
Brad?
3-day weekend?
I wish. I know I'll be working this weekend, but not next weekend though.
Welcome to the Supernatural Cooking Show, everybody.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
we are joining Adrian on a cooking class.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what happens when you run behind and have to go run an errand, and you're still going to make the show. That's okay. Quick and easy. We're doing breakfast for dinner.
Has anybody gotten a notification that we've even gone live yet?
Yeah,
I got the YouTube notification.
I got a couple of them.
I haven't. Not on anything yet.
Let me
Checking
see what it was on.
I'm checking mine right now. So like I said, I already got it from YouTube, and that well, yours from Things Universal got the notification from that.
Things Network. Yeah, we're okay.
Hey, what's going on,
There we
Charles?
go. Now I got it. Just came in.
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
okay.
Now I can start sharing this thing out myself.
This might actually kick me off as I start sharing it. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm hearing echoing.
Yeah, that was me. I thought I had the volume down on my phone, but evidently not. So exciting today because for the first time, this show is now on 5 platforms. We are on the
Awesome.
usuals, the Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Now we are on LinkedIn.
Definitely a good step up.
Yes. But for LinkedIn, we are on my personal profile because I have finally reached the qualifications to do it. So we're gonna do this on my personal profile for a little bit, and then um, once you get the network
Brad.
page up, then I'll switch over to that. TikTok, I am still trying to figure that out. My personal TikTok, I have reached it, but I cannot, for whatever reason, get a code that will allow me to be able to do it. And we've
You'll eventually get there.
and we've lost it. Oh, there she is.
Oh, she's
It's
still
not
there.
letting me share it. I can't find the link to it.
From the Universal page, you won't be able to.
Can't find it on any of them. Send it in chat.
Really?
Maybe I can share it from there.
I was gonna say I got it.
You got it, Nick? Okay.
Yeah, I can do this. Give me 1 second here.
Here we
I
go.
I was gonna say I better do it quick too because I can see my phone is dying. So better make
Hold
it
on.
quick.
I got it, Nick.
Imagine
You got
that.
it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, there we go. There we go.
So, so we got that. We are now on LinkedIn, and so far we're still holding the stream on it, so we're not getting kicked off or anything yet.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, I hope not either. I'm hoping this really works out, and yeah, I'm still trying to get TikTok. I have looked everywhere that I can to find the code. Um, I'm starting to think that you can just go live on TikTok only, and TikTok and StreamYard are not interconnected yet.
It actually says I just decided to look it up, saying can like for example can StreamYard stream to TikTok? Unfortunately, it says StreamYard does not support TikTok yet. They are working on it though.
Yeah, but what's the date on that article though?
That is Where's the date on that?
Because the one that I found was about 3 years ago.
I mean, nothing on the top. Let me check on the bottom part of the page. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a particular date on this.
Okay.
Just going to
and again.
just going on the bottom of the page just shows, copyright 2022. So I do not know exactly how old the page is. What's up, Tom?
Hi, Tom. Yeah, I am not going to share this out to different groups.
I think Adrian's frozen again.
Yeah, she is. She did say that she was going to start out on her phone because she is cooking, and then she was going to switch over to her computer. And I'm pretty sure by now she realizes she's frozen.
She'll come back.
Yeah. And Eileen is not here tonight. She is currently on the road. As of about a half hour ago, her and her husband still had not reached their hotel. So chances are she may not even be able to hop on tonight.
Where was she heading again? Was it out of state, or was it just in another town in Mississippi? Or
I don't really know where she's going. I know what she's going to, but I don't know where she's going to.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Uh-oh, I hear something.
I hear something too.
Yeah.
You back, Adrian? Tom, I think she is just posting.
Yep, there you go. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, wave that hair.
I thought she was stopping to visit Todd for his birthday.
I did see that it is Todd's birthday, but there is something else that she's going to this weekend. I don't know if she's posted publicly. If it's posted publicly, so I'm not going to say where she's going. But I do know what's going. I do know what she's going to.
Oh, and there we go. Now we lost her.
Yeah. So maybe she'll hop onto her computer.
Yeah, I'm sure she will.
Yeah. So while I know, Brad,
the skull I printed off Jeremy.
It's really cool looking. Because now he's getting into the multicolored thing with his printing. Yeah, it's looking really good.
No, Tom, we don't know where she's heading. It's
Yeah,
Atlanta.
So while we are waiting on Adrian, I am going to do some plugs. Where is it at? Okay. So tomorrow night on the 13th Dimension will be our last actual guess for the 13th Dimension, and
it looks pretty pixelated.
Yeah,
I can barely see what's going on. Oh, jeez.
Okay. There's Adrian.
All right, she's back.
Every time I go to minimize it to share, it just freezes me, and that's it.
Yeah, let's see. Brad, yeah, I got the pictures. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those.
Okay.
Brad, I didn't get pictures.
What's up, Diana?
What's up with that?
There were pictures of the skull that he printed off for Jeremy.
So what Brad's doing is, instead of everything now being all printed off in one color, he's using different colors for one thing. And it's looking really good. It's looking pretty cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I am going to try this.
Yeah, if you could try getting that picture up again, because again, that's really pixelated. Oh, that's why. It's because it was smaller.
That doesn't work
That's
either.
fine. You can
I'll tell you what.
sit up
I'll
over
be
there and enjoy life.
back.
What?
Does she have clean water?
Adrian Brad said that he sent them to you now.
Yes, he did, and thank you.
See, I actually, you know what? I haven't even seen all the pictures yet, so I'm not sure what Jeremy's gonna go find, but I'm just gonna check. Oh wow, yeah. You know what? Upon seeing this, yeah, Jeremy, he's not kidding. That's actually pretty badass.
Did I just hear you say a naughty word? Oh
I
my
said
God.
that.
I think we're going to have to wash your mouth out.
Oh, come
Jeremy,
on.
you
It
have been a
wasn't that.
bad influence.
No, it's just me and me alone.
Mama knows my number and will kick my ass.
Brad here says there are hollow and perfect for REM pods. These skulls that he made.
Oh, look at this. I still have to open these things.
Please just open it and shut up. I'm on the podcast and do not need your BS. Come on now.
Yeah, okay, I gotta do my tough guy thing by opening Poppy biscuits.
He looks tough, don't he?
Yeah. So watch me flex my muscles here as she runs out of the room. She can hunt a ghost. Can she open Poppy biscuits?
No.
Oh.
Shut up, Tom. I don't swear.
Okay,
like
here
a
it comes.
Banshee.
Should I drop my
Hi,
soda?
Zach.
How's it going, Zach?
Oh my God. Bye,
Okay, so, yeah.
Princess.
So anyways, yeah, shut up, Tom. I don't swear like a banshee.
I do not mess with these biscuits. I can't pop them. I can't. Nope. Mm-mm.
Give him to Ernie. You know he'll take them.
Yeah, but
Okay, we are going to try this again. So tomorrow on the 13th dimension, we will have our last guest, and this will be her very first podcast ever, her very first interview. So I'm really excited about it. She's really excited about it.
Oh gosh, is she gonna be okay?
There we go. Now it's a lot
And-
clearer.
Yeah. So this is Diana May. She's out of New York, and I met her at Wildwood back in June. No, I'm sorry, back in July. I met her at
I was
Wildwood
gonna
back
say,
in
she
July.
wasn't- I was gonna say we didn't have her in June.
Right. But it was actually in July because I was heading home from Wilson Castle.
Right.
So and also met with her again last week at Wildwood and also at the Greenville Manor. Now that I can actually say where I was at on Saturday, we were at Greenville Manor in Greenville, Pennsylvania. And that place, oh man, I so wish I could talk about it, but this place was off the hook. Let me tell you that. I can't exactly talk about what happened there, but let's just say it changed a few things. And and Diana was right there in the thick of it.
It's awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. And also, right after that show, it hasn't been announced yet. I thought he was going to announce it, but I'm going to be a guest a half hour after 13th Dimension on a show called the Grease.
Oh, and we just lost Adrian again.
Yeah,
And her connection was working fine.
it was. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe she hit a wrong button. She was on her phone.
Brad. You have to make the
So,
cure for me purple
it's-
and pink.
The guy who's interviewing me is called the Grizzly Bear Bigfoot. I don't know if anybody has heard of him.
I haven't.
Yeah. So I'm good. There's Adrian again. So I'm,
Chat, that's all I wanted to do. But never mind, I can't see it. So you're gonna have to tell me. I can't see it.
I figured you hit the wrong thing on the phone, which is easy to do.
All I tried to do was hit chat and then go back and yeah, I can't.
Oh, you hit the okay. Yep, I know what you did. Adrian, are you familiar with somebody who calls himself the Grizzly Bigfoot?
No.
Okay, well, he's the guy who's interviewing me after the 13th Dimension tomorrow night.
No, I have heard his name. Well, you said his real name. I have heard that.
Okay. So I'll be on his show. I don't know where it's at. I thought he was going to make the announcement tonight, but evidently he hasn't done that yet.
Everything I've heard about that man has been good.
Has it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. His name is Charles something. But he's known as the Grizzly Bigfoot on Facebook, and he's on Facebook and YouTube, I think. He just contacted me while I was out there in New York, and I didn't get the message until Sunday when I was getting caught up on everything. So I got in touch. What was that?
Sorry, that was me. I was trying to fix something up with OBS. I clicked on scene 1 and it does this effect, so I have to go back for it.
No. Put that back up. Put that back up.
Yep. I can see you.
That's pretty cool.
Right?
So I'm going to be on his show tomorrow night, and then next week is the biggie.
Gets the haircut.
Yes. Next week will be the last episode of the 13th Dimension. I will be getting a haircut, more like a head shave. And Clarissa will be here, and she's going to be helping me out on that. So I do have. No, that's not it, Jill. No.
Yeah.
You
I
couldn't have done
figured it
that.
wasn't.
That is
What's up?
not it.
And yes, what's up, Joe?
So next week is the big one. It'll be the last episode of the 13th Dimension because 3 days later I will be having my surgery. Clarissa will be here to help me with my hair. So I'm nervous about it. I got mixed feelings about it.
But it's got to be done.
It's got to be done.
Got
Either
it.
you do
Do what
it or
you
the
gotta
doctor
do.
does it.
What's that, Adrian?
It's either you do it or the doctor does it.
Well, the thing is, he actually told me I don't even need to cut my hair off.
Oh.
What they would be doing is just be doing a small strip going up so that they can make the incision. That would be all they need to do. And I'm like, honestly, it'd be better if I just take it all off because under normal circumstances, this would have been all off anyway.
Yeah.
So I would be doing that. And that would be the last time I appear on a podcast until at least January. I will be taking the rest of the year off, podcast wise.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, podcast wise. I will still be doing the Para-Unity convention at the end of October on the 22nd, but I am not planning on doing anything else. Because honestly, I don't know how weak I'm going to be.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I was really so weak the first time around is because I had a big blow to the head. This time, not so much, but it's still going to take quite a bit out.
It's a major surgery still.
It is a major surgery, yes. And the doctor did say, it depends on how much I want to put my body through.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So-
how much more could it actually go through? It has been through about as much as it can and healed. So
Yeah. And right now I am pretty much as far as I can go health-wise without any further surgery.
Yeah.
And also with that, I've also been
You still going to be up for taking a picture with the kid in her costume at Para Unity after the surgery?
we'll see, Brad. If nothing else, I can probably just get myself a wig and put it on. Or if somebody has a wig, I'll use it.
no.
I was going to say, Spirit Halloween has wigs.
Oh,
And I need to go to Spirit Halloween because I have been seeing post after post after post because I'm a part of this group. It's a group specifically for killer clowns, and I have been seeing post after post where they got a shitload of stuff for them.
Right.
You know how for Halloween and Christmas you got those animatronics that kind of move with the music like this.
Yep.
They got them for the clowns now.
Oh my God.
Yes, and also they have a door cover, so I'm going to get me that. They got all kinds of cool stuff. I have not had a chance to get to Spirit Halloween because I have been so busy.
You mean to tell me I went before you did?
Huh?
I went last week.
Well, good for you.
I got Ouija board stuff, and I got all kinds of cool stuff. And the cup that Nick has, I almost got it. Almost. Just to tease Eileen with it.
Oh my God. I just thought of this hilarious. Wouldn't it be hilarious if all of us got the cups from you guys got the cups from your respective Spirit Halloween stores, and we just present them on a show, and Eileen's on real kind of a cheap doesn't.
Maybe you can get them.
I would so do that. I would so do that. Absolutely. Yeah.
That would probably be the best show ever for me.
Yeah, it would be.
We should.
You know what?
I am going to try to go out this weekend to Spirit Halloween.
When they started opening the stores up, by the way, of course, because I told you guys before, I've worked there for 3 seasons, not 3 years. We did try looking for if any were going to open up in my area. Unfortunately, not. So the ones that are opening is a little bit out of our range. So sadly, once again, it looks like I won't be able to work at Spirit Halloween as much as I really want to. It's just such an awesome job.
Let's see here.
Clown zombie. Then we could do a photo shoot of my daughter like she is hunting you, Jeremy.
Yeah.
What's up, Greg?
Okay, it looks like that the Spirit Halloween that we have here is now open.
Awesome.
Ours opened a week ago. I'm so happy.
Let's see where the ones near me have opened up.
Let's see. See if I can.
So the closest one we have this year, it's out in. I mean, it's not terribly far, but it's too far for me to go out and work at. It's located out in Arlington Heights. It says closes soon, so that basically means that the closest one we have is already open in our area.
The dog chews mom's charging cord.
And also,
we have lots of
first thing ever, Killer Clowns now has a video game.
What? A video game?
I sent you the link, Nick.
Oh, wait. Yes. Wait, you're right. Yep. Sorry.
Yes.
That's
They
awesome.
just announced it not even a week ago. They showed some of the graphics. It is cool as hell. I don't know when they're going to release it, but
If you think about it, I could see it being released next year because it will be the 35th anniversary of the movie then.
hold on a second. This guy is just confirming with me for tomorrow night.
Oh, the guy you're going to be interviewed on? Or the show that you're going to be on?
Yeah. I told him I am ready, just waiting on the announcement so I can share it.
But yeah,
But yeah, they have a video game out that the graphics looks really cool. The clowns look so similar to the actual movie. So you better bet your ass I'm getting that game.
I hope they sell it on Steam because since I got a Steam account, hopefully they sell it there. Because if the first time it comes out, I'm buying it. I hope
They
so.
probably will.
I got plenty of room for more of my horror survival horror collections, but I can see it being released next year when you think about it, because next year will be the 35th anniversary of the original film. So they might wait for 35.
That's probably why they haven't released it yet.
Yeah.
I just signed up for like a beta trial. So it's just a matter of whether they accept me or not. I told them. So there was a whole host of different platforms where you can test them out, and I just picked out Android device and PC because that's really all I got. They did have PS4 option on it, but I only had the PS3.
I'm actually looking it up right now on Steam to see if, like, not necessarily if they have the game, but if they have a preview of it.
Oh, here we go.
Did you find something or? Jeremy. Jeremy, guess what? They are going to sell the game on Steam. Yes.
Are they?
Yes, they are. I'm looking at it right in front, and it's got the trailer. And yeah, it just says here for now, release date early 2023. So yes, I'll be able to get it by Steam.
All right.
What's up, Robert? Good to see you. Yeah, they do have a trailer for it.
Okay. I'm gonna put this link. He just posted it. So this here is a link to YouTube.
Yeah, I was about to click Brad Scott.
Yeah.
I got the link, and yeah, not to mention I'll look at it later, but they did have the trailer on Steam as well.
So tomorrow night I will be on his show. I'm pretty excited about that. This will be the last time I'll be a guest on anybody's show until the new year. I thought it was going to be Greg's, but apparently not. And I had so much fun on Greg's show.
That was a good show.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun on that one. That was just basically telling stories instead of just answering questions. That's what I enjoy doing.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to be doing in my book. So now I can announce this because I have been working very, very heavily on. Nick already knew about this, but he had been sworn to secrecy under the penalty of death.
You never told me what the method of execution was if I did tell the secret.
That's because I hadn't figured out one that was bad enough yet.
All right then.
It's okay, Adrian.
We're not discussing none of that.
So as you all know, last month I I released an album called Phoenix. I had been working on a new album.
What's up, Kelly?
And it is this one.
Yep.
That's going to be released at the end of September. It's already finished. Now I just got to work on the digibook. And I have been working so hard on this one that I actually have enough material that covers almost half of another album. So I've been working really hard on that one.
I can tell. I can definitely tell.
So I got another half of another album completed. More than half, really. So that one's going to be released on September 30th, which I'm going to catch a little bit of flack on this one, but I actually intended it to be this way because my favorite artist, Richard Marx, is also releasing an album called Songwriter on the same day. So I thought, this is kind of unique. No, Brad.
What did Brad say?
He suggested a method of death. I told him no, not on that one.
Is this what it is?
Not like cockroaches.
Yeah, that's it. Death by cockroaches.
No.
But so the other one, I'm thinking of calling Age of the Fall because I actually have a song completed called that I had intended to use as an album title. And I think in a morbid way, it actually kind of fits in with this. So that's the title I'm working with now, Age of the Fall, and I'm thinking about possibly releasing that one on November 1st.
Hey, Emily, good to see you.
Yeah, Emily.
What's up? No ticks to death. HBT. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
No, ticked. I thought. Okay, never mind.
I was like, what the hell is she talking about?
I think she means tickle.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she means tickle.
I was about to say tickle. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, she wrote down tick, but I think she means tickled.
You know what? I'll be honest. No. When I was actually thinking when she said tick, I was thinking like TikTok. Like TikTok to death.
Actually, I was thinking tick, like the little insect.
Yeah. Yep. She just corrected it.
Tickle, tickle, tickle.
I like tick to death better, to be honest. Wait a minute. Maybe that's what you were going to use as the method of execution for me if I told the secret. It'd be tick to death.
Or if you want a really bad method of death, just listen to this. Just listen to that. But yeah, I wanted to do this one. I was actually inspired to do this one after my favorite artist announced his. So that's why I'm doing that. And when I just started recording like crazy and figured out, okay, well, I got all of that for this one here. Holy cow, I have more than half of an album already from all the others. So I might as well just go ahead and complete that.
Might as well.
Yeah. So I'm really excited about that. And also once I have my surgery, this is where it's going to be, well, I can't do anything physical. I might as well just write a book. I've had some people tell me that I need to write a book, and I'm thinking, well, you know what? How about if I write 2 of them? So that's what I'm going to do.
Emily
So
calls
what are
that
they gonna do about
creativity.
What, Adrian?
No.
What?
What are they going to be about?
Well, the first one is going to be a memoir based off of my accident.
Okay.
The title for that one is going to be My Accidental Memoir.
Oh, geez. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, okay.
And the other one is going to be stories that I've collected over through the paranormal, and it's going to be called Paranormal Me, Stories to Tell.
There we go.
Yeah.
And
And
then
this,
you still have the cookbook to publish.
I'm actually, there's going to be two of them now. So we have the Paranormal Cookbook that Adrian and Eileen had actually started collecting on last year.
Yep.
I finally gave Adrian a recipe a couple weeks ago. It wasn't necessarily the recipe that I was going to use, but I actually found one of my grandma's recipes. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to give that to Adrian.
Nice.
And in the midst of cleaning out my dad's house so that he could actually have room for every room that he has, I found two of these filled with handwritten recipes, one of them from my mom and the other one from my grandma.
I want every one of those.
Well, I'm going to put those together in their own cookbook as a tribute to my mom and grandma.
Perfect. So I can still have them, right?
You can still have them. And that one there is actually going to be called Hope and Sue's Cookbook. and I will put that here in the chat.
There's one that I'd like to, it's not mine, but it's
Whoa.
actually one I ran into, and I would love to make some of the recipes off that if we ever do our own cooking show. And it was recipes from like the Depression and the things you can make with absolutely nothing and
Oh,
turn out so good.
That's wow.
And we're not that far from that now, so
Yeah. Okay, now to explain, I'm hoping everybody can see it because that only went through 4 of our destinations. So I'm not sure where all it went to.
It went to
So the Hope and Sue's Cookbook
where you get in trouble.
So it went
is
to both
actually
YouTube
a
channels.
play on my grandma's middle name, which is Hope, and my mom's middle name, which is Sue.
Perfect.
So I did the in Sue's, like, you know, as that one word, Hope and Sue's Cookbook.
I think we need things like that a lot more these days. I mean, how many people really know how to make gravy from scratch? Anybody I've talked to is like, yeah, I don't know.
I don't. The gravy that I get are the Bob Evans gravies that you get at Walmart or Kroger's.
Oh,
Yeah. That's what we got to in
and
our
that's
store.
gravy.
Ooh.
That's sausage gravy.
You got any biscuits to go with them?
Absolutely. See?
Oh boy. I hope
And
Bernie's
then
not watching.
we got bacon. I cheat because we have too many of us, and I just put it in the oven, and it works perfectly. And if these hash browns would get done, I would be completely happy, so I can go downstairs and actually get on the computer.
Yeah. So Adrian's cooking a big breakfast for dinner.
Yeah, Dad went fishing with my brother-in-law and his wife, so it's just me and Zach and Mom and our boy here tonight. So we just decided to make breakfast for dinner.
So that's 4 books we're looking at. I'm looking at publishing. There's going to be a 5th. It's going to be a collection of my lyrics.
I love Brad's comment. I'm sure Ernie already smells those biscuits and is on his way.
Right?
You know what? I would not be surprised.
Who's
Greg
watching
says he
you
doesn't-
all the time?
He's
Greg
looking
says
for
he doesn't
eggs.
see any eggs.
Yep, we got eggs starting too, but I got to get the hash browns done before the eggs can get started.
Ooh, hash browns.
Oh, Jill said that she started making homemade gravies too. Everyone seems to love them.
Yes. What kind of gravy, Jill? White or brown?
Well,
I'm
we'll
going to
wait for
Jill's
that.
house.
You
I've already been to Adrian's. Now I'm going to Jill's.
I just got to. I wanted to share this from what Brad said earlier, saying, "Now you see, you need Jill on so her and Adrian could do this paranormal cooking show segment since Jill is always cooking."
Why not? We can do this.
And Emily also said,
That is actually not a bad idea.
One of us
Emily-
makes the main dish, one of us makes sides, and then we switch.
And Jeremy, Emily said this earlier. If you need a backup singer,
Well, I do end up singing quite often when I'm cooking, but that doesn't mean anybody needs to hear it.
Jill says she has a Southern grandma too. Carol lived with her in Louisiana when she was 5.
Perfect. Jambalaya,
Gary.
crawfish. Hell yeah.
Emily
got
says- Emily says she goes to Dairy Queen for biscuits and gravy. Jill said, I guess she's making both, I guess.
I did not know Dairy Queen did breakfast of any kind.
I don't go to Dairy Queen because Zach will eat all of Dairy Queen.
Jill said that we would need a 3-hour show then.
Hey, we can do it.
So that means she's planning on cooking ramen noodles.
That's probably gonna have to be like the beginning of every show.
There's
she's on.
actually one, if I ever do a cooking show, there's actually one I would love to try. And that is, her name is Ruby. I don't know if she really wants that much detail, but anyway, she's awesome. She's one of the first ones to turn in her recipe, and it's for lamb. Not a lot of people like lamb. So I would love to try that.
Lamb, but I've always wanted to try it.
It's very gamey. It is. But
how does
I
it
like it.
taste?
Do you like deer?
I've never had deer.
Oh, whoa.
Neither have
Oh,
I.
dude, you got to come back down here.
I'm planning on it.
No. You got to come back here.
I will say that I've had ostrich meat.
I have not had that.
That was one of the best pieces of meat I've ever ate.
Okay, I'll have to try that.
Yeah.
Have you tried frog legs?
Yeah.
That
That is not very appeasing to me.
Shark.
She's
Yes, Emily. I love shark.
Emily's had the shark.
I haven't had
Fried
shark
calf
either.
fried.
I haven't had buffalo. I have had elk and I've had bison, and they were both really good.
Jill probably said the reason why it would be a 3-hour show is that's because she sings and dances while she cooks, so it takes her forever.
Oh, Jill, you just told on yourself. You told us
That's
you
okay. Me too. We're good.
cooking.
Brad's saying bear is better than deer.
Greg, I
haven't
actually
had-
thought about making that, but look, we found this at the farmer's market the other day, and I'm dying to try it. I don't know if it'll be backwards in the camera, but anyway.
Well, hold on. Let me put you on solo layout so that we can see it. There we go.
We got that one, and then we got this one. Oops, try that.
Blueberry lime?
Yeah, I don't know, but they swear by it. And then I don't even know. This doesn't even say what it is, so I'm a little worried about that one, but
I see fruits.
Yeah, but what kind of fruit?
Hold on, bring that up closer.
Yeah, that looks Bon.
Four fruits. Bonnie Mammon, Four Fruits Reserve. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about that. Oh, here we go. Ingredients: strawberry, cherries, red currants, raspberries. Yeah, no, I'm done. We're good.
As soon as you said strawberry, I was done.
The red currant. I don't know what it is. I'm done.
Emily says, anytime someone says bear, I think of the documentary that scarred me for life. Grizzly Man.
Emily, are you familiar with the Grizzly Bigfoot? I'm going to be on his show tomorrow night.
She might know him, actually. Yes,
She might. She knows a lot more people than I do.
she does.
Yeah, she does. What's up, Debbie?
Which actually, I was asked to join her page today, which I was on her. Thank you, Emily.
And you know what? I'm actually doing this now, but well, Jeremy, you know this already, but I'm actually going to be on Emily's show about a month from now.
Yep.
So I'm actually getting the bio ready so I could send it to her.
That's all right, Brad. Why don't you? It's all right.
And originally, I was going to be on Emily's show next week.
And what happened?
Well, when the surgery got moved up, so the last episode of 13th Dimension is next week, and that runs into her show. So we're working on rescheduling for sometime next year.
What's going on, Rob?
Hi, Rob, and hi, Debbie. And I was so looking forward to being on Emily's show.
Yeah, she's awesome. I have actually been on shows with her, and she's amazing. We won't get into why she didn't do them anymore, but I'm going to tell you what, she is so much fun.
She actually hopped onto this show.
It was last week.
No, not last
No. It was 2 weeks ago. Excuse me.
It would have been 2 weeks ago. She was on maybe a half hour.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, I think for the final half hour or so, I think that she was on with us.
Yeah, and I hated having to cancel on her.
She understands. She's human.
Yeah, but what we're doing that night, to me, that needs to be done.
Yeah, the one thing I admire about her the most is she is an advocate for, and not just women, but people standing up for themselves and people not allowing things that shouldn't happen to them.
Right.
Absolutely.
Oh, I just need to touch on this really quickly because it kind of ties in with, in a roundabout way, with what we're talking about. Clarissa did a video a couple of days ago talking about when you have a guest on this show, the show should be about the guest.
Yep.
Not the
Let's say that a little louder for the people in the back. How about that?
Yeah. When you have a guest on your show, it should be about the guest.
I don't want the big one to get her. Look.
I just now realized I don't have my microphone plugged in.
That explains a lot.
Oh my God.
That was his microphone, Brad.
Yeah. So I kind of had a feeling, but I sent her a message anyway. Hey, what show are you talking about? She told me, yeah, I figured that's what you were talking about. But that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably best to leave it that way.
It is.
Yeah.
But you know what? Those of us that know, people remember that we know, and people, they either respect you or they don't. And if they don't, that's okay. They have different values and morals, and that's all right.
Mhm.
As Jan says, love them where they're at, but you
Right.
still can leave them where they're at.
Yeah, and Jan could not have said that any better. I don't think
Anything so sweet, and I'm like, "Huh, did you come up with this shit? Because no.
also, I'm excited about this. It just got announced to the rest of our show hosts yesterday. We have another show coming to the network.
Yes.
It's Catherine. I don't even know how to say her last
I think
name.
it's pronounced as Soros. I think I could be wrong on that, but that's just the way how it looked to me. I thought it was Soros.
So her, that
Yeah.
Catherine, what's her name? So she's doing a new show called The Oracle Whispers, and it's
Okay.
going to be on Friday afternoons from 2 to 3 Eastern time.
Where's she
Morning,
from?
Bev.
Well, she's now in Alabama.
Okay. I was thinking the UK for some reason.
She sounds like she's from the UK, but she's in Alabama. She
Okay.
is part of the Spirit team with Terry and Jess.
Okay, yeah, I did know that. Carrie and Jess are amazing people.
I think I'm
Everyone's
actually
amazing people. What are you talking about?
Oh,
You, they're a little questionable,
I was going to say, I think I'm
she's going to be doing a
actually.
new show on their network and also bringing it over to our network on Friday afternoons. I'm sure it's 2 to 3 Eastern time. Emily, the name of the show is The Oracle Whispers, and it's hosted by Catherine. What's her name? Soloia.
Soros, I think.
Yeah, that one.
I got to ask you really quickly, Jeremy. You were asking about, you thought she was from, because turns out I'm already friends with her on Facebook. You said she lives in Alabama?
Yes,
Well,
she literally just went down to Alabama.
where was she, do you know where she was beforehand, or?
I have no clue.
The reason why I asked is that it says on her profile she lives in Athens, Greece.
Please?
Well, a lot of us do some strange things like that because we got some strange exes that want to try to follow.
I'll tell you what. I think what I'm going to do is put down that I live in Rome, Italy, just to screw with people.
Well, what you will get at that point is, hey, I live there too. Why don't you come over?
And then he'd be like, oh, damn, I don't really live there.
Yeah, I don't suggest that, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You're not one to try to fool people. It won't work.
There's no way I could ever fool people.
You don't
that
make
way
a good
either.
liar.
There's no way that I'm ever going to be able to do that myself. Everyone knows I live and I'm from Chicago.
The 90-Day Fiance, I don't think so.
I still have yet to ever see that show.
I've never seen it.
90 Day
I've seen
Fiance?
still pictures of it, but I've never seen it.
Hey, wait a minute. Why would I want to see it? I lived it.
Jill say exactly, Adrian. She's moving to Scotland to leave all hers.
I'm going to Bulgaria. I can speak the language.
Or even Ireland, one of those. Just tell them you will be over soon, and then just never show Jeremy. Oh God, you're actually doing it right now, aren't you?
Hey, guys, guess what? I just got told that I'm getting paid $9,100.
What?
Yeah.
Excuse me, what? What did you just say?
Your pandemic assistance payment of $9,169 was held. Log on to the link
Well, we
below.
can go to the dollar store real quick. That's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
No way.
For litter, or we can put that paper in there and they'll go the same in paper in a little box.
I just reported it as spam.
Yeah, I figured it was. I thought so.
Naked
I
and
thought
Afraid
that's what it
Paranormal
was.
Edition.
Hey,
Absolutely,
so get out of the way.
absolutely not.
Naked and Afraid Paranormal Edition. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you.
Yeah, it. There's a few things that I would like to be remembered for. That is not one of them.
Yeah, that's not me either. I mean, you can put me into stuff that's paranormal, but I ain't doing that ever.
Yeah.
No thank you. No thank you. We thought Jeremy was just changing his profile bio location.
Yeah. I was going to do that, Joe, just to screw with people, and then like Adrian said that some cute girl might say, "Hey, I live there too. Come on over."
Or maybe
That
yes,
sounds
that's
like
girls that get the creepers and idiots,
Sounds
and
like-
I don't know.
Yeah, that would be my undoing.
Brad,
Come take a look at my profile. Hey, I'm kind of digging you. Let's meet up.
Bro, that sounds like one exciting show. She's still
Ooh,
talking
hello,
about
dog.
that. Oh God, she'll do it.
Okay, so this is our new puppy.
Oh, we have another
Oh.
little buddy down there. Hey, come back here. Come back here. Let's see you.
Yeah, Joe, I'll never do this. I will never do it. Never.
Yeah.
Naked and Afraid
Down,
Paranormal Edition.
down.
No thanks.
This is the weirdest mutt you've ever seen. It's half greyhound and half border collie.
Oh my.
It makes a skittish, fast dog, but very smart. Oh, I couldn't see what she said.
Joe's asking.
Joe wants to know the names.
The animals?
We're just talking about random things tonight.
Yeah, just all
No
discussion.
set topic.
Actually, let's talk about names here. That thing I just showed is Zephyr. Here, let me tell you how this family comes up
Zephyr.
with names.
Zephyr.
Yes, it's a female, mind you. Okay. So everybody puts names in a hat. You draw out the name, that's the animal's name. Dad won.
Oh boy.
When you said Zephyr, I actually first thought you were going to say Zeppelin, like Led Zeppelin.
I wish. Nope, that is Zephyr.
So how? Hey there. Hold on, I want to put you on solo layout again. I want to see this dog. Look at the shine on that coat.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
really, so shiny.
Yeah, no.
Does he have a tail? It looks like he's barely
Not
has
at
a tail.
all. Come here, girl. Sit. Sit. Good girl. Good girl. Can you shake? Sit. Sit. You know better. Come here. Sit. Shake. Shake. Good girl. Nope. Give me your paw. You are so wound up. Go back to your boy.
Does she like being in the basement?
Yeah, her boy is down there. Andrew is down there.
Okay.
Andrew is her person.
Really?
Need some treats.
And it's really weird because Andrew, they both have trust issues. So they work. But right now, he's a teenager and he does not want to be burdened with a dog, but he wants that to be his dog. We can't have both ways.
When you replied to my picture a few days ago saying that that he pointed me out, I thought that was the coolest thing.
He did. He remembers you. He remembers Nick because he's like, look what I can be. Because he knows Nick is autistic also. And he's like, look, I can do this.
Absolutely.
And we keep telling him, do you want to be able to do that? He's like, Yes, then you better start acting like it. And he's starting to be responsible. He tries me, of course. He doesn't want to shut drawers, and one day that's the issue. The next day he doesn't want to make his bed right, but the day before it's perfect. I'm like, no, no, sir, this is not happening. And if you don't let him get away with it, he's awesome. He does great. He used to have some anger issues with me. Not anymore.
How long is he going to be staying with you guys?
He's ours. He's our kid.
Oh,
We got custody and he's ours. He will be here for the rest of his life or until he can get a job, make it on his own, whichever one comes first.
okay. Okay, so he came from the foster thing?
No, he came from, he was adopted. He got taken away from his mom at 3 years old, 4 years old, went to his uncle. His uncle adopted him, and there were some issues there, so he had to go to his sister, and his sister had foster children, so she couldn't do it, so he came to us. It was last resort. That or
Okay.
jail. So he's with us, and he's doing perfect.
Good,
Nice.
good.
I
So
think
that
it's being
get to
taught.
see
Give
more of
respect,
him
get
now.
respect.
That means we'll be able to see more of him now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's ours for life.
Good, good.
Awesome.
Yes. I'm almost done, baby.
Brad, I have not had a
Please.
chance. I've been so busy. I have not had a chance to go through
Our older
anything.
Yeah,
boy,
neither
our
have I
older boy
stopped.
wants to eat,
Yeah,
and his woman. So,
I
whoever
only
wants
had
what
one
is
day
here.
before I
I
had to
don't know how
leave
they want
for
their
work, and then I got home
do you want to deal with the
Sunday,
eggs for me?
and I have been
Everything else
just
is done.
crazy
Okay.
busy since then. The only thing that
Thank
I found was that picture that I sent to all of you guys. Oh yeah, Adrian, you probably don't know this. So I was transferring all the pictures from my trail cameras over to the computer so that I could be able to use them for New York.
Uh-huh.
And one picture caught my attention just as I was transferring them over. And it turns out that we were not alone in that building that night in Mansfield.
Oh, wow. I bet not.
I found. Well, hold on. I'm not going to say what it is. Brad, don't keep your mouth shut. Nick, you too.
Right?
I'm
Mute him. He can't do that.
gonna get the picture here. Open this way. Okay, media.
Oh.
Here
Kids were here.
we go. All right.
Finish the podcast. I don't know how they want their eggs. The kids.
Downloads.
Oh my goodness, it's hot in here. Come on, Pixie. And here's the other one. Pixie. Yeah, Pixie.
Okay. Oh. Okay. So, Adrian, this is who visited us that night.
The little raccoon. Why didn't you take it home?
Nobody saw it.
Oh no.
Nobody saw this thing.
I would have took it home so fast.
I don't think I would have gone over so well with that thing.
Oh,
I went back to the pictures where this thing came from. I looked at the picture that was before and after this one here. The previous picture before this was taken an hour before. The next one was 2 hours after this one here. And I showed it to everybody that went. And I'm like, okay, we had this visitor and that. Oh,
Wait a minute. What's going on here? Zach!
hi, Zach.
Hey!
I turned it on to go out that way. So
How's it going?
Pretty good.
So far, so good.
So I was telling everybody, okay, this is what we had. Be careful with the audio. And then I was asking if anybody had seen this, and nobody saw it. Now, here's the thing. Unless it was actually living inside the building, if it came in from outside, I know exactly where it would have come in, and it would have had to go past our break room where we had pizza in there, and it would have smelled it, but it went past the break room into that cell block that it went into.
That's funny.
Yeah.
There was, okay, Old Park Hotel. There was a skunk that was living under it while we were there, and it was stuck. So, like, you were smelling it, and you could hear it clawing. So we took the camera down. Hi, babe. We put the camera down in the floorboards and could see it.
I hate those
Yeah.
things you can smell,
I
you can see.
cannot imagine.
All right, babe, come finish cooking, please.
Oh, okay. Gotta go now, guys. I gotta be quiet.
I can't put on the plate here.
It don't
Nick,
take
do
me
you know
long
what
to
Brad
get
is referring to?
No, I really don't.
It was the first time that we were up there in the chapel, and this is where I had seen a head there on the stage, and we were leaving the chapel, heading down towards where that chair room is at, and we were right there at that opening of the chapel, and all of a sudden, Brad starts freaking out and jumps.
Seriously?
Anybody who wants it, here's.
I saw a cat right there at your ankle.
I don't know.
I looked down, and at first, I'm thinking that it was a shadow because of the way that the flaps of my
I'm gonna take this down. I'll be back.
the shorts that I was wearing, I had those little flaps that with the Velcro that you have to open up to be able to get into those pockets.
Uh-huh.
Well, this one here was kind of crinkled, so I'm looking down. Well, I can see what that would kind of look like an ear, but Brad said that's not it.
Whoa.
Purse pants.
Purse pants? What?
But he said that he saw a cat right there at my ankle.
Yeah, he said that in the chat earlier. That he saw a shadow cat running up at them and it scared him.
Oh yeah, he did tell me about that. So I didn't feel anything, and I don't know if his wife saw it either, or if it was just Brad that saw it.
Huh?
We'll do something.
Hey, baby.
Good question. I mean, it's a good possibility.
I didn't know they were coming when I did it.
Yeah.
Everything we found.
And then walking around on the 6th tier, doing the 6th tier challenge. Adrian, you're gonna love this
All
one.
right, baby.
Oh yeah, the 6th tier challenge. That was interesting.
Make sure you have everything taken care of.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you right now. I got the
So we'll just hold off a minute while she's giving Zach some instructions.
Not him. Got everything done.
Yes.
If I go up there, it's gonna be good.
Yes.
All right.
I
That's all I want to know.
I put the toes.
Under the
All
bed.
right, she's on the show right now. Give me your hand.
Did you say you put the pillows under the bed?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know what she's doing. Zach was getting the studio ready for her so that she can get on the computer.
Yes.
Go on ahead.
Okay.
We didn't
And here I was thinking Zach was actually joining us.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I'm going to shut this off and get on the other one. Otherwise, it's going to echo really bad.
Actually, it didn't echo at all when you went by the computer.
I'm hearing it now.
We don't hear it.
Let's see.
I'm not hearing it.
Brad, see, you had your foot tugged when sitting down. She had something brushing against her calves and legs. Cat behavior.
All right.
That's right, I did. I completely forgot about that. Yes. I forgot about that. Okay, so after I saw the head, we checked things out. Then we sat down on the pews again. Brad was sitting in the first pew. I was sitting behind him, and I had my feet in a fixed position, and then all of a sudden I felt like something pulled at my foot. Yeah, and Kelly was in the far back. And I mentioned to Brad about that, and then I moved my feet up, and I thought I hit his feet, but instead there was like a pedestal in between the two pews. But yeah, I forgot about my foot being tugged. I completely
You sure
forgot.
wasn't that raccoon in there?
No, because where we were at was on the 6th floor. And you have to be very deliberate in order to get where we were at from where that thing was found.
Yeah.
It just going in random places. I don't think that thing would have survived if it got up there, because everything was so dark.
Yeah.
Well, it probably would have been able to see.
Oh, yeah.
But the only thing I can imagine, if that thing had made it up to the 6th floor, one wrong move, it would have fallen all the way down to the 1st floor.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that
tell
would
you
have been certain death.
Raccoons are amazing
Yeah.
because I had one. I raised it from little, and it hated my mother-in-law, and it would crawl under the couch and reach out from under there and grab her legs, and when she'd jump and scream, it would run after her.
Oh,
They are
I
not-
know they're pretty intelligent.
and she would chase it with a broom trying to hit it. It loved it.
Oh boy!
Wow. See, I remember also too when I was on the. Oh wait, that should have been a red flag.
Yeah, she acted ridiculous. Oh my God, it's grow the hell up. It's an animal.
The
Yeah,
end of the night with the dog whistle experiment was fun.
yeah. We did the dog whistle, and I'll tell you what, it took my breath away.
We both did it because you had your dog whistle, I had mine, and oh my God, we blew that whole thing for what, like a minute or so. It was like
Yeah.
felt like an eternity. Brad's like, my wife said you have a set of lungs on you, Nick, for how long you blew the dog whistle.
I don't see how they could have heard yours when I know mine is audio. Mine is audible.
Right?
Yours
Oh,
was
it
a
is.
silent whistle, Nick.
Watching him.
And over Necrophonics, we asked if it liked it. It said, no, awful, get out. Emily.
We've got names for him, but animal ain't one of them.
Okay, I'm not really sure what Emily's referring to here.
Oh, and Brad also said he heard it hurts.
Oh, now that's something. That's really something to pay attention to. If you can make that out.
Yeah.
See, one of the other things I remember too was you mentioned about the 6-tier challenge, Jeremy. Which, by the way, I gotta ask, how many times did you do the 6-tier challenge?
Okay,
Somewhere
so
in we can do that.
so the thing about the whistle. So Nick had his own whistle, and it's one of those silent ones, but it was messing with my hearing aid,
Yeah.
my right hearing aid. It was weird. I have never had that happen before. Wasn't doing anything to my left hearing aid, but it's an older model.
Right.
The right one, it's really hard to describe.
Brad said that they both heard both whistles,
Okay.
yours and mine.
That's strange. Maybe the
Yeah.
camera picks up. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Tony was telling me that he was really impressed with how long I was doing mine.
I was doing yours.
Left.
Oh, I was doing it the same exact length of time you were doing it, Jeremy. Well, it wasn't on camera. He said he heard it in person.
Then it says
Yeah.
face to
It's always on face recognition.
That's how he's keeping secrets. Now we know.
What's
There are
that?
Different types of.
Picture of the
Oh,
Well,
Different
if anybody
types of
else
dog
is as
whistles.
ugly as me, it'll go off.
right. Yeah, they do have. There are different kinds because mine you can hear, and I can't hear Nick's.
Mm. Could the camera hear it? Like everybody in the audience hear it? Or on the line?
Possibly.
They might.
Brad was saying he thought it could.
He said he could hear it. He and his wife
Was
heard
he
it.
there though?
Is it what?
Was Brad there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was there.
Okay, then that doesn't count. Brad, you're an animal. I don't know what that is.
I would get my whistle and demonstrate it for you guys, but I don't want to do anything to Adrian's dogs.
But you ain't gonna do nothing to these guys. I'm in the basement. The only one hears this one, and if she hears it, God help her because she's crazy.
That's what she said. Brad.
I'd like to see if she hears
All right.
it.
Oh God, he's gonna go get it, isn't he?
That's one way to test it if she hears it.
The question
She's
is, would she be able to hear it from actually from the computer monitor, because it's
Yeah.
different when you're doing it in person.
Right. That's something to find out too. Because she's laying here, laying down. She ain't moving.
Oh, I bet you she will.
Brad said that he got his 3D printed one now. Emily's wondering if her dog will hear it now too.
It's a good experiment to figure out.
So here's mine.
Yep,
Can
she
you guys
came
hear
right
it?
back. Yep, she came right back to me. Come on, girl. Come on. Come on. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Did everybody in the audience hear that?
Good girl. Oh, yeah, very loudly.
That was loud.
Good girl. Good girl.
Nick, where's yours at?
Well, mine's all the way downstairs. I mean, I could go get it if you want me to.
Might as well.
I'm gonna
Here's
have,
the silent. Let's see if they hear it.
I'm gonna have to be about a minute or two. I'll be right back.
That's
Because again, it's downstairs in the basement. All right, be right back then.
Emily's dog didn't move. This one damn sure came back in here. You okay? You dying, huh? You dying? No, you're not. Yeah, don't. All right, lay down. Lay down.
So that's a sound that my whistle makes. Now I do have others. Adrian gave me a crap load of them last year, and I did try some of them. Like half of them are silent, half of them are just you can just barely hear.
Yep.
And then I do have a training dog whistle, which is annoying as hell. And then I also have another one, which is an electronic whistle, which you cannot hear at all.
Somebody said that hurt their ears. Azariana?
Yeah, that. Well, this whistle here, I'm sure will hurt some people's ears because it's not exactly a silent one.
Mm-mm.
And this is the one that I use on my investigations. And I wanted to use it at Greenville, but nobody would let me do it.
Why?
Let's just say that something came up that changed it to the trajectory of what we were doing that night.
Well, I think we're gonna try it. Mimi Black is she doesn't live far from me, so she's got access to some tunnels in Denver that we're gonna check out.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm. And then they're putting on something. I don't remember where, but I can't go to that one. There's only so many limited people and a lot of money. Nope. Too many free places for me to do that.
Let me get my silent one.
Brad. Lauren said both her pups are still sleeping.
Okay, here's my silent one. Let's see if anybody hears it.
All right, I got it. You guys ready for this?
Well, hold on. Checking to see if anybody reacts to this one or.
Brad says maybe I should get on the other computer and blow the death whistle.
Okay, I can hear that one.
What is that you got there?
Yeah, well, it's the different settings. When can you hear that?
No.
What is that, Jeremy?
Oh,
whoa!
Hear that?
Now we can hear it.
that's this one right here.
So what exactly is that?
This is the electronic dog whistle.
Well, the electronic dog whistle. I didn't even know that existed.
Oh yeah, Amanda gave this to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was
Now,
that was it. I wasn't ready.
try this one. Can anybody hear that?
I heard a little noise, but not very much.
Here's the dog, so let's find out.
Okay.
No, she's not hearing nothing. She's trying to play with the ball. She look at me like that. I'm not playing right now.
Yep, now we can hear it.
And so does she.
She heard that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was on the second setting. Okay.
All right, so here's the one I have. Now, you guys tell me if you hear
Okay,
this. All right, here we go.
Oh, I hear that. She does not care, but I hear that.
I heard the initial and then it got quiet.
Oh, I heard the whole thing. Still hearing it.
I don't hear that one at all.
That's weird that Adrian's able to hear it, but you aren't able to.
Well, her ears are different from mine.
Right.
And the dog's not reacting to it either.
You know what? I will have to admit, I did try this, like on my sister's dog and even my cats, and they don't seem to get a lot, very much. They don't really get much of a reaction to it.
Now, Zach hearing it might, just because he's deaf in one ear from an accident. And he really hears weird things out of the other side to where it's like, I don't know, we're somewhere and there's weird noises or strange pitches. And he's like, that hurts. Lori, you didn't hear that? Oh my
She
God.
said she
How
did.
is that so strange that one of us can hear it?
I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
when
But even
Nick
when
started going into his whistle, I heard it for a split second.
Yeah, like I heard that just now.
yeah, and it's weird because it's like when I'm blowing it, I could hear it loud and clear.
Yeah, I hear it loud and clear the whole time.
I don't.
That's just bizarre.
Yeah, that's an experiment that we may need to look into.
Yeah,
Why did
Yeah.
I couldn't help but think.
Everybody hears the same frequency.
Right. I gotta bring this up because all this talk about the dog whistle. And Jeremy, you're gonna know this. You're gonna know this obviously very quickly, but I couldn't help but think of that story you guys told me about when Chrissy used the dog whistle and it got all the coyotes' attention.
Amanda blew it. Amanda did.
Oh, I thought it was Chrissy that blew it.
no.
Chrissy was there, but Amanda was the one who did it.
Yeah, they almost paid
No,
the
no.
ultimate.
Hold on. No, yeah, Amanda did it. It was Corey's idea, and Amanda did it.
And they almost paid the ultimate price.
And Amanda was the one who messaged me the next day to let me know.
My
Yeah, that was
question
pretty
is,
bad.
you were out in the country. Nobody had a gun on them? Why?
Actually, I think Corey does carry.
Then they were good. One shot, they'd have been gone.
You know what? Man. You know what? I just actually realized something because I was just watching this last night, and this involved a dog whistle too, and it actually did attract something paranormal. Have you guys ever seen that show? Well, it goes by two different names. It's called These Woods Are Haunted or Terror in the Woods. Have you ever seen that show?
Yep.
Okay, there was one episode where they dealt with a brother and sister who lived down in southern Illinois. So you might know that, Adrian. I think you know which episode I'm talking about. Then, but Jeremy, if you haven't seen it, she goes out to take her dog, obviously, like to go use the washroom before they call it a night, and then she uses the dog whistle, and she definitely summoned something, but it wasn't coyote. Apparently, she summoned the dog whistle. Actually, attracted a skinwalker, and it actually stalked her house for like 2 days straight. So,
Is that near Jennifer's house?
no, this is in my state. This is down in southern Illinois that this occurred in.
I was going to say, anytime I hear Skinwalker, I immediately think of Jennifer.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's what I found really bizarre is that you're down. These people live in southern Illinois, way like thousands of miles away from the state of Utah, and you would not think the least bit that we would have skinwalkers in the southern in Illinois at all.
They're not prejudiced to one state.
I know they aren't. I never even thought of just Utah. I always thought usually the
Emily,
the
you don't
western
want
area.
that.
New Mexico is known
Yeah, New
for
Mexico has them. I just always thought it was the western area, the states that have them, but apparently we got skinwalkers down in Illinois too.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Brad just sent me a recording of his dog whistle, so I'm going to go ahead and play that real quick.
Emily. Oh, yep. Loud and clear.
And the next one, I'm not even sure why you even did this one, but this is the death whistle that
Oh,
he
God.
put up. Yeah, this is the death whistle.
That sounded just horrifying.
That's a scream.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of it.
You know, that kind of does make me want to ask. I really hope it was a death whistle. Are you sure you had the right scream, Brad?
No, that was the death whistle.
I know it was.
It's supposed to make that sound.
Um,
Because when you have a whole bunch of those together, then it sounds bad.
yeah. Adriana said she said that she's seen 2 skinwalkers.
Really? What?
Wow.
Where
That's
are you
unusual.
from?
Brad, really?
No,
Ariana?
Azariana, yeah.
Yeah, where are you from?
Don't really hear anything with the death whistle.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, how could you not hear that, Brad? What the hell?
Oh, Brad, you are going to so love meeting up with Adrian, I'll tell you that.
Oh, she lives in Connecticut.
Okay.
Okay. I haven't heard a lot of stories about Connecticut having them, but why wouldn't they?
You know, honestly,
I haven't heard anything about Connecticut.
see, honestly, I'll be honest with you guys. Now thinking about it, I kind of figure that it wouldn't be surprising if we had skinwalkers down in the southern part of our state, because down there there's a lot more. I think actually it's a lot more paranormally active down in the southern part of the state than up here in Chicago, because it's more rural, it's more unexplored, and furthermore, for centuries that area has been deemed certain parts of southern Illinois has been deemed cursed. In fact, there's actually a nickname that goes with that southern part of the state. They actually call it the Devil's Kitchen, because a lot of the strange activity that goes. They've had, ghostly sightings,
Devil's
UFO
Kitchen?
reports. The Devil's Kitchen.
Yeah.
So I know there's I know, it's a weird name, but it's a pretty good reason though. I can't remember what it was, but they've had like ghostly sightings, UFO reports. They've had the black cat sightings. They've had animal mutilations.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be the least bit
Like
surprised
Skinwalker.
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised that you would have skinwalkers as well. I mean, I'm honestly surprised. If you think about it, I'm actually surprised that the Devil's Kitchen of Southern Illinois hasn't been deemed the Skinwalker Ranch of the Midwest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you do your belly?
While I'm thinking about it, especially since Emily's here, because she's the one that led me in this direction,
We just
the network is also signed on with Rumble. It's I'm not really sure how to describe Rumble, but to me it seems like similar to Twitch.
Did you eat?
So
Is it like a social media site?
yeah, here is the link.
It's actually really good.
Yeah.
But it's 0 sugar, so that's why I like it.
Oh, what is wrong with
So that's the link to the Things Network on Rumble.
This is open.
See, I never really heard too much about Rumble.
I never really heard about it either until Emily was telling me about it. Oh, ain't that sweet?
Right, right.
Oh, cute.
finishing cooking for me.
Apparently,
Um,
Emily loves Rumble.
Yeah. So there's a link to Rumble. If anybody is on it, please go and subscribe to it. Because apparently we can also go live there on StreamYard. But we need to have 100 followers, subscribers, whatever it is.
Odyssey is great
Odyssey,
too.
I need to look at that too.
I don't know what
I
Odyssey
haven't heard of
is.
that either.
That's new to me.
Emily is finding these places out the ass.
I know I think she's got more knowledge on these social media sites than anybody because
Yeah.
she's always presenting these social media sites that I have never heard of before.
Yeah, she's pulling at me and sending me these links. Okay, so
That's good because I'm too old for that shit.
yeah, but she is right. Facebook is dying.
It is.
Facebook,
There's a good reason for it.
yeah.
And Emily just said it.
Mm-hmm.
Sick of being censored and shadow banned.
I
Yeah.
have yet to be in Facebook jail, but
Neither have I. I have never been in Facebook jail yet either.
it's coming.
Oh, and I forgot about MeWe. I forgot about MeWe.
What the hell
I
is
tried that once
Me
and
with-
I couldn't figure
hell
that
is
shit out.
that?
It's another social media thing.
I'm gonna need to start
I
writing
think-
all these
I
damn
think
sites
it was-
down.
Yeah, I think it was one of the first competitors to Facebook.
That's Brad. I understand now because that's the same with Zach. He can only hear out of one side, the other one rings constantly. Yeah. He may not be able to hear that either, actually.
Said he
I
can.
don't know.
That's most likely the reason he can barely hear the death whistle.
Yep.
I've got tinnitus in both ears, and ever since my accident, the left side has been bad.
Does it ring
Metaverse.
all the time?
Yes,
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Jill.
that's what he does.
yeah, it rings constantly, and what really screws me up is that I'll get different tones in both ears.
Yep. And there's actually a eardrop, which I will find in a second. It works. You put it in there at night, the ringing stops.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Wow, I never heard of that.
Let me see if I can find that. Oh, ouch.
Because there was a pill. Oh, tell him happy birthday,
Oh.
Joe.
Okay,
Emily
it's
just brought
called
this up.
Ring
Oh,
Relief.
Adrian, today is Joe's son's birthday.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
how old?
How old is he?
That's what it is.
Hold on, let me get you.
It's called Ring Relief.
Ring relief. Yeah. Said that
Okay.
stuff's hurt Brad's ears.
It works. It really works.
I have never heard of it. There was a few years ago. There was a pill that came out that was supposed to help out with the ringing in the ears. And I thought, okay, I'll try it out. It's a sleeping pill.
Oh, yeah, that'll help because you ain't about to be conscious for anything.
Oh, Jill's son turned 16. Sweet 16.
Oh,
Is he
that's a
there, Jill?
that's a big year.
Yep.
It is.
Good age.
I remember my 16th birthday. People actually thought I was turning 21.
I remember mine too. I got married shortly after.
Wow. For me, I had some. See, obviously, I mean, I had issues sometimes with trying to make friends in high school, but I actually had some of the, if you want to call them the popular kids. They were actually nice enough to take me out for my 16th birthday. So that was really nice of them.
Yeah, they're jealous now, aren't they?
I'm sure they are.
For Zach?
Yeah,
Zach wants the ball?
yeah.
He's cooking.
He's putting it
What Where'd you guys get that ring relief? Is it available in stores?
Walmart. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Walmart. Then that means that we would probably have at our grocery store too, because obviously we got a pharmacy area.
I'll look for that.
It's actually it says temporarily relieves ringing, buzzing, roaring, chirping, pounding discomfort for tinnitus symptoms.
Huh.
It works for him.
Yeah, because there it doesn't happen often, but there have been times where the ringing in my ears gets so loud I cannot go to sleep.
Yeah.
Brad says it causes discomfort for his ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't understand that. Maybe there's something in there that I don't know.
Is it a solution or a suspension?
100% natural active ingredients, homeopathic. The active ingredients, I don't understand what hurts.
Usually it'll say at the front of the label.
It doesn't.
Hey guys, check this out. Jill said that his due date was Labor Day in 2006, but had him right before it, obviously. So she was in labor that Labor Day weekend. That's funny.
Jill, he said
And
she
get
said
any
it
more
with his
appropriate
dad.
than that.
Well,
What's-
Jill, let him know that we all said happy birthday to him.
Yeah.
Let him know we know.
Yep. Happy sweet 16th birthday.
That's
'Cause
right.
I think he's listened to some of our shows.
Tell him to stay out of trouble.
Oh no! What, he's turning 16. Get into trouble.
I was going to say, dude,
no,
I
he's 18
was-
and
you
Jill
know-
doesn't have to bail him out.
I was going to say, get in so much trouble, make us proud.
No.
Whoa, wait a minute. Actually, they're in California.
They get a
Oh,
lot of trouble
yeah.
there.
Yeah, so that is trouble.
Yeah. it is.
Very big trouble.
Never mind. If he was living in the Midwest, oh yeah, get into
Oh
it.
yeah, go ahead.
If he was out in the country, build a bonfire, have fun, get drunk, have mama come get you, whatever. But California,
So anything can be considered trouble there. Bride makes a good point.
There was a guy, I was reading something a while back about a guy, it's a bunch of kids, about 16 to 18. And they actually, in Louisiana, drugged somebody behind a vehicle.
Oh,
In this day and age, they drug somebody behind a
Wow.
vehicle.
I remember hearing stories about that.
I just can't even wrap my head around doing it this day and age. Why would you do? Why?
yeah, seriously.
They're stupid.
Well, they're now in prison. So yeah, stupid was right. And I'm gonna tell you something about prison. My daughter's husband got put in prison years ago. She's since moved on. He wouldn't. I don't know, something about the prisons that I always was under the impression you can get a divorce while somebody's in prison because they don't have any rights.
Right.
He never would sign the paper, so she didn't have any rights. They were just still married. Well, he stayed in the hole a lot. And my grandbabies got to talk to him once in a while when he wasn't in the hole. And all of a sudden they called her a few days ago, said he died in the hole.
Really?
30. Healthy. He was alone. How did he die in the hole? He didn't die on his own. So they're calling her after all these years going, hey, you have a funeral to pay for. Excuse me? Yeah, you're his wife. Yeah, so here we go. I tell you what, prison is, I don't even know. You would think that somebody is safe there. I mean, obviously not from other inmates, but this wasn't other inmates. And this was Missouri prisons, where you wouldn't think of something like that. But We're waiting for the autopsy now.
I thought you said it was Louisiana.
Did they get shot? You know what, Emily? I thought about that too. I don't know, and that is something I asked my daughter. Did he get anything? And they said he had no outward any kind of hematomas, bruises, nothing. But there's been, I don't know if anybody else is noticing this in their family or people they know, but people are dying like quickly.
Yeah.
My ex-stepson, my son's brother, committed suicide, they said, which I said something about this a while back when it actually happened. I found out about it right before the show.
No, it was on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah.
So, and they're still fighting that. The Indians are actually saying, no, this is not right. We're doing an investigation. Well, they've already done cremated or embalmed him. So, how much are we going to find out? I don't know. But there's a lot of this going on where law enforcement is involved. And I love law enforcement. I mean, they get a bad rap for no reason. And, yes, some of them are evils. Yes, of course there is. But the good ones, they're getting the bad rap as well as the bad ones. It's just happening. But there's some strange things going on here recently. 2 friends this week, massive parties. Yeah.
Speaking of people dying, I just found out right before the show that I'm going to have a funeral to go to next week. Well, we had been expecting this one for a long time, and how she lasted as long as she did, I'll never know. It's my dad's sister.
Oh.
Years and years ago, she had a massive stroke that she never fully recovered from. Normally it would just be the one side of your body that's fully affected.
Right.
And it was that case, but the other half was somewhat affected too. And then this past weekend, she had another massive stroke.
Oh.
And she finally passed, literally just not a half hour before the show started.
Oh,
My dad called me to
jeez.
let me know because I went to go get his mail for him and brought it over. He had just talked to his nephew, my cousin, and they said, we're expecting her to go anytime now. And then an hour later, he called me.
So was he there when she passed, or
Was
your dad there when she passed, or?
No, they live two hours south of us.
Okay.
He went to go visit her on Monday because it was Sunday that we got word of the massive stroke. So he went to go down there Sunday, spend a few hours with her, and then come home. So that now leaves my dad the only one left out of all the kids. There was 4 of them total. The first one passed 16 years ago, and she had a massive stroke. But
That's funny. Emily, I was looking up Brent to see if I was friends with him and saw this, GoFundMe for him. And right underneath that, I see your show.
So you said the first one passed away 16 years ago. Then when did the next one?
That was the oldest of the 4. It started out 2 girls and then 2 boys. My dad's the 3rd child. The oldest one died 16, 17 years ago. She had a massive stroke that affected her worse than my other aunt. She had the stroke, went in the hospital, and never came out.
Oh, jeez.
Then my uncle passed away 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and I forget what it was for him, but he had medical issues his entire life. How he made it into his 20s, I don't know.
Oh wow.
Yeah, how he made it into his 20s, because when he was a kid, like 10 years old, he he got run over. A car ran over his head,
Oh,
and he
yikes.
survived that.
He survived that, but it probably must have
Yeah,
had a massive amount of damage and after effects.
yeah, but you know what? He worked all his life. He I I don't know how to explain it. He survived it, went to school, went to work, worked for many years, and he was in his 70s when he died.
Okay.
How he ever nobody knows. He
Just
should have died when that car ran over him.
oh, it is one of those things sometimes where they say it just might have been one of those miracles.
You know,
That's
I
not even a miracle. That's beyond that.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
Um,
the one who recently passed, how old was she?
she is 83.
83. Okay.
Yeah, she's only she's only a year or so older than Dad is, and Dad's 82.
Okay.
So now that leaves my dad, the last one left.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
yeah, we got some. I mean, we're gonna have some rough times here in the next few years.
yeah.
It's coming, and we all know that.
Yeah.
I think you're.
Well, it's been really rough on my family because we just had a funeral 3 weeks ago. My dad's favorite aunt passed away, who was the last of that group of kids, and there was like 10 of them.
Yeah.
And then a month before was one of my dad's closest cousins who passed away.
Mhm.
So boom, 3 months in a row, we have a funeral to go to.
Is he going to bed?
See, even though for me, I mean, we haven't really had, you know, any other family members pass of our own. Next year, however, will be, if you want to call it the 10-year anniversaries, 10 years since my grandfather passed away. And I was very close to my grandfather up until his death, but he managed to live a very long life. He actually managed to live up to the age of 96. And he passed away a few days after he passed away a few days after I turned 20. So and it was kind of close to around his birthday, so we actually celebrated both my birthday and his birthdays together before he
I think
passed.
you told me about him.
Yeah, he was someone I really cared for a lot, was really close to, and I was fortunate enough to be one of the last people that actually cared for him before he passed away.
Hmm.
Emily, you better stay away from people. Look at that.
Yeah, jeez.
That's got to be rough.
That's definitely rough.
I know we're fixing to have some things happen here, but
See, my dad has always told me, because obviously, being at the young age I am, that he always gave me that reminder about, you never know when people that you grew up with had passed away. And I might have told you guys this before, but that unfortunately did become a reality for me 3 years ago. I had a childhood friend of mine who passed away. She was only still young herself. She was only 26 years old. She had what was that? I don't know if it was leukemia or if it was it was some type of cancer. And she had that, as I recall, she had been battling it most of her life. She had it while she was in middle school with me. And of course she had to get transferred. She wasn't able to come out to school for the longest time. As typical of cancer patients, they had to, shave her hair off, and she was gone for well over a year. And by the time it was all over, it looked like, that they had, it looked like this from the circumstances that they beat it because they were able to detect it very early. At that time, only 12, 13 years old, and she already had it. And it was scary for us. And after when they were able to beat it, it looked like she was expected that she was going to live a full life, obviously. Unfortunately, several years afterwards, that was not the case because it eventually came back. And before they even realized that she had it, it was already too late. So sadly, she passed. Again, she was only 26 years old when she passed. And I ended up going to her funeral. And the way my friend actually was Hindu. So the way how they do funerals for them is a lot different compared to what you see in, funerals involving Christianity or Judaism. They leave her the way she was when she passed, and something that you never takes a while for something like that to settle in.
Well, if he did, he never said anything of it.
Now, 12 and 13 years old, when your classmates see that, it really makes you think about your own mortality, which children should never have to think about.
It really does, because, well, and I'm not trying to be comedic on it, but when I got the news, I was actually working. It was one of my last days at Spirit Halloween, and I was working with a coworker. He was only 16 years old himself. He was going to the same high school that I went to. Mm-hmm. So when I got the call, of course, I told I had to excuse myself. So I think a childhood friend of mine passed away, and that I still remember that kind of actually freaked him out because it was almost like he was questioning his own mortality as well. Because if it could happen to me, it could happen to him. And this was 2019, so I was no more than 10 years older than he was. So, you kind of look at it very carefully. That's not big. That's not that big of a huge age gap for someone to lose a friend, that same age. So that kind of not only blew me away, it kind of scared him too, because it's like, he was probably thinking to himself, Nick's only 26 years old. I'm only 16. What are the chances that I could end up losing someone, at such a young age as well?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what. I've been thinking about my own mortality for obvious reasons, and this whole time. Hello.
Good night.
Oh,
and this
Go to bed. Did you brush
this whole time, I've been thinking, I really need to get a will written up or write one up myself.
Yes, we're trying to go through this now, and it's like,
Hi, Nikki.
What's going on, Nikki?
I don't know. It's really hard at 72, which they are talking about their own mortality. I get it, but they're writing names on things like they have antiques from their grandparents, and they're in their 70s. So they're writing names on things of people that they think would want certain things, or that they were attached to certain things. And it's like, it's hard to face that while they're alive. But
oh yeah,
in the end, it's really better because you don't have to question who did they want to have this or what's going to happen to this. But we still don't have a will. We're going to fix that. We have to fix that.
That was actually kind of something that Dad and I were doing at his house, going through certain things, and there were a couple things that I told him. When your time comes, I want that, and
right.
he told me to go ahead and take it.
Right, and that's what they're doing now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Zach is like, no, I can't. You're not gone. No. And, I'm seeing it from kind of an outside view and knowing how, as much as families love each other, when it comes to a funeral, there's always arguments. I don't care how close the family is. There's going to be an argument over some stupid cup, some stupid dish,
Yeah.
something that is absolutely unreal. But they have to get their emotions out somewhere, and that's just where it goes.
Right.
Pretty
Right.
much. And also, when we had the funeral for my dad's aunt, on the way home, we started talking about what we wanted our funerals to be like. You know,
Yep.
what songs do you want done? What kind of a eulogy do you want?
Mhm.
And Dad was telling me, well, I want a preacher to get up there and talk about the Bible.
Right.
And I'm thinking, and not to offend any religious person, but let's say we have my dad's funeral. I don't want somebody up there talking about Jesus. I
Right.
want somebody up there telling stories about my dad.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's his issue where he goes and where he knows he's going. That's on him. That is nobody between him and whoever
Yeah,
he's with. It's nobody else's.
right.
Right.
If I want to be preached to about Jesus and all of that, there's churches you can go to on Sundays or Wednesdays or whatever days they have
Read the Bible.
their mass. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
But when it comes to a funeral, I want to hear about him.
Right.
So it started getting me thinking about what I want for my funeral.
Mhm.
And I told him, you leave all the Bibles out of the building wherever you have my funeral.
Yep.
When you have my funeral, I want people going up there telling funny stories about stupid shit that I did.
Oh, so I get to run the funeral, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I started thinking about, okay, what kind of song do I want played? I don't want Amazing Grace.
You
No,
can have.
what-
Well, can we use the theme song from Killer Clowns from Outer Space?
No. One of the ones.
But one song I do know I'd like to have played is Forever by Vertical Horizon.
That's a good one.
Well,
Because the first two lines is, take these roses off of me, let me live, let me be.
there's a country song about that too, and it was kind of cute. I don't know how many people listen to country. I'm old, so whatever. But they're talking about he's at his funeral saying, you know what? Stop it. Put this away. Go grab your beer. Go out to the fishing hole. That's where I'm at. I'm not here.
Yeah, so another thing that I'm going to try to do, and I'm going to try to get it done before I have my next surgery, as a just in case. So I want to write something out as far as what I want to go where. I already know where I'm going to have my car sent to. I kind of have an idea of who I want the house to go to.
When I go, I want a recorder put in my coffin and me yelling, "Let me out!" and have it set to play when I am lowered down into the ground.
So if one of us die, this show is going to be like replayed, and they're going to be like, you know what? They knew it. They knew they were about to die, or they know, and that's okay because I'm going to tell you this: when I die, I don't give a rat's ass who does what with my body or anything else because I ain't there. I don't care. I'm gone. I'm going to be haunting everybody. That's what I'm doing. With me.
Then there's the matter of getting all the passwords to everything things related to.
Yes.
Brad, if you do that, I'm going to make sure I get an exorcism so that way we can get you out of the house.
You mean an exterminator?
Yeah, it's an exterminate.
Exterminator. Yeah.
Exterminate. I gotta think this
Yeah.
over.
Bye, Brad.
You know, that is something. People that are not married. I mean, obviously, God willing, you're going to outlive your dad. So your dad's not going to do this funeral for you. So somebody is going to have to be in charge
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah.
And it's going to have to be on paper. And passwords, yes, absolutely important, because whoever has my password better be still posting some crap on my Facebook after I'm gone, just to screw with people that didn't know. Oh yeah.
Well, nobody's got the password now. I will say this: Chrissy did have the password to my Facebook back when I had my accident, because I was going to have her get on Messenger and
Right.
answer things at the time when I couldn't.
Yeah.
But since then, I've had to change my password twice because of stupid stuff that had happened.
Right.
Like most recently, when I got locked out of the account because I was sharing too much, and
Yeah.
Facebook made me change my password.
So here's what you do. Here's what you do. Put it somewhere. Write it somewhere. Stick it in a desk drawer, up in the top of the desk drawer, whatever it is. And whoever you know is going to come in and go through your stuff, write it. This is where the password is. This is what I want you to do with stuff. Done.
Well, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it right here on this table.
You have nobody to, come in and mess with your stuff, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Well, my dad and my two sisters are the only ones who have my key, who have a key to the house.
And your sisters are awesome, by the way. I love them both.
They really took care of me a lot, there in the beginning. And once I started being able to drive myself,
I'm going to write out a book of certain jokes. That way, if anything happens to Nick,
we all ought
we'll
to
get
do
a
that.
comment every day
Yep.
in his inbox.
We ought to do that.
and so just basically take, if something happens to me, so what? You guys just gonna take care of my profile for a little while?
yeah.
Kind of
Somebody wants to post on my profile and talk. Let them have it.
Kind of freaks me out when I see other people posting for my dead friends' pages. I get all somber again.
People still post on my mom's page, and she died like 5 years ago. And like on her birthday and stuff, they'll post. My ex-husband that died 3 years ago, people post on there, oh, happy birthday, happy anniversary. What?
What?
Do you all not know what's going on here?
It's one thing if it's like
a lot of people don't even realize they passed.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's when somebody should post and like pin it to the top and say, this person passed such and such a time, put their eulogy on there, their whatever it is, and leave it there. Now, I understand people wanting to post just to be able to feel like they're sharing it with them, or to share with their friends memories, things like that. That's great.
Well, Facebook now has this thing where when somebody passes, you can memorialize their page.
Right. Yep.
I haven't seen that happen yet.
Yeah, I do have someone who did pass away. They memorialized the page. It actually would, if you go on the page, it was actually a film director I was friends with, who's made like movies, like mainly a lot of horror films for like 40 years. And I found out that he passed. So if you go on his page now, it says, it would actually say something like, he's passed away, and that was probably their way of they definitely memorialized it in
like
a way.
that.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm going to the page now just so I could try to remember what it said.
I do like that. Jill, I'm going to your funeral.
And I just found out also before the show, I didn't know this person, but he was on my friend list. But he passed away on Thanksgiving last year.
Oh
I
my
just
gosh.
found that out today.
So the way how it works, because I'm on this page now. Okay, so how this all works is when you go to someone who has passed and still has their Facebook, like the guy's name that I was friends with, his name was Ted Newsom, and it says here on his profile, remembering Ted Newsom, and then they would have a
Yep,
second part of it. Yeah, I would say remembering Ted
That's the
Newsom again.
memorialization thing.
Yeah, and it says, we hope people who love Ted will find comfort in visiting his profile to remember and celebrate his life. And then finally, if you're going to post something, it will say tributes to Ted. So that's basically their way of how they they pay tribute for that person who's passed.
Thank you, Greg.
Greg, who's freezing up? Fix your internet, dude. All right, guys.
It might be his connection. Because I know that when I was on his show a couple weeks ago, he was freezing up on me.
Oh, he was? Oh, I didn't even notice.
Greg's awesome. He's a sweetheart.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so, guys, I got to put the kid to bed. I need to go see the other kid. I haven't seen him since he's been home. So, I'm going to get off here. If I die tonight, y'all have fun with my profile.
Adrian, quick question for you, by the way. Did you know that I'm having Zach do a recording of another story? By the way, did you hear about that?
Not yet. We haven't had a chance to talk tonight.
I'm doing a little mini side project. I mentioned about it in the chat. I'm doing a mini side project of Nightmare Soup sketchbook. And,
I did see that.
I did, yeah. And the person that I was going to have participate, unfortunately, he dropped out. So I thought, maybe I'll reach out to Zach and see if he'll do it. So he said he was going to try to record it this weekend.
He's awesome with that, yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
He actually said something about he'd do it this weekend.
Yeah, he messaged me because what
You're
I told
very
him was,
special.
what I told him was, because I wanted to try to get this out as quick as possible. I said the deadline for it was going to be September 5th, so Labor Day. And he said he was going to try to get it recorded this weekend.
You are very special because I'm going to tell you what.
Yeah. Good night, Greg.
Gets his ass kicked if he is on there at any point on a weekend. He is not allowed to touch this damn computer because work is his life. And it's like, you want work or you want me? That's your choice here. But no, yeah, that'd be awesome. He'd be good at that.
Yeah, I'm having him do the story, the ventriloquist, because it was the very last story I had left available.
What he won't tell you is he went to college for radio.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And his voice is I love his voice when he's like on the phone or something, and even on podcast. The only thing I hate about it is he goes, stop it.
Well, in this case, he doesn't have to do that because he's just reading a story.
Yeah, well, will still come into play, I promise.
I can cut that out.
That's great, because I would love to while I'm talking to him. We need to go back to college speech class. Stop it. They would take a point off every time we go, yeah, any of that gone. And at that point, I believe it was Bush that was our president when I was in college, and all of his speeches were you know what, if he can get away with it, kiss my behind.
Well, regardless, thank goodness we have a lot of the editing technology, so even if he did do that, I can cut it all out. So it's, again, as usual, it's just another simple story, just like 2 pages long, so it's really short. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Good night, Greg. God bless you.
All right.
Good night.
Well, have a good night, Adrian.
Yep.
Y'all too, and I will see you soon.
Have a good Labor Day weekend too.
Oh yeah, we got a 3-day weekend. That means cleaning. It's all good. Good night, y'all.
Good night, Adrian. Wow. It's quite a That was quite a conversation.
Yeah, it is, and you know, honestly, it's a conversation that people really need to have with their family.
Oh, definitely,
Um,
regardless.
yeah, everybody needs to have, honestly.
Right.
Yeah, um, because when you really get down to the thick of it, I should have had a funeral back in December.
Right. Yeah. And that was quite a scare for us, obviously.
Yeah.
And honestly, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, I almost thought I was going to earlier this year because you remember obviously all too well when Tom and I had that car
Wreck.
accident.
Yeah.
That I really thought it was done. I thought it was over for me. So that was definitely a scary moment.
Yeah, when you got a 6-foot tire going 50 mile an hour right next to you. Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, to make matters worse, I would have been the first to go because that happened on my side of the car. So I would have gone first before Tom did. So that really that I think that was an even scarier realization more than anything.
Just be glad that that particular semi didn't have one of those extra things for the those lug nut things
Yeah,
that they
those
put
things
on
that
the sides.
well, yeah, like the those things that sometimes stick out of the wheels.
Yeah.
That probably would have been a true death sentence
That
right
that
there.
yeah, that probably would have been the end of it.
Yeah, thank goodness it didn't have it.
Yeah.
So I mean, regardless, it was still a very scary moment.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
hopefully, I
But
never experience something like that again. Neither should Tom.
yeah. But definitely for those of you in the audience, if you haven't done so, in all truth and honesty, you need to have those very real conversations with your family saying, okay, if I go, this is what I want. And, if you're single like I am, I want this to go to that person and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very important conversation to have because you never, because just because you may feel like you got a lot of life left in you, you can't really make that promise. It's just one of those things that you never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Exactly. So that's why I need to take a day and just write out, okay, this is what I want as far as the will goes. I know where my car is going. I know where I think I know where I want the house to go to. Then when it comes to all the websites and everything that I handle, who's going to get that, provided they can even run it. Where things is going over to, how would you know that one? And then what I want for the funeral. So I pretty much know what I want for that. I don't want no religious sermon or anything like that. If you want a sermon, go to church on Sunday.
Yeah, seriously.
I don't want that. I don't want that for my funeral.
See, for me, I'm going to be honest, and I've already kind of, as crazy as it sounds, I feel like I'm already predicting this already. But if my time comes, I'm hoping to get. I want someone to obviously send the message about my passing, and obviously try to have as many paranormal investigators as possible to come out, because obviously I'm so you and me obviously were so well known, especially with the international connections I've made around the world, that I want the entire world to know that I passed and have many of the paranormal members of the paranormal community out to it.
I'm pretty sure people will know.
Yeah, and that's my intent, because like I said before, obviously I'm not sure how things are going to look for, like, let's say my mom and dad's side of the family. I mean, of course, I'm still saying have them come out, but considering that I don't really get along with my dad's side of the family anymore, the paranormal community is basically my family that I have. So if something happened to me, I'd be inviting them. I thought I wanted cremation, but my mom, being Catholic, says we don't cremate. We must be buried. So she's already burying our plots ahead of time.
You know, Jill, that is your decision.
Oh, hey, Robin.
That is your decision, Jill. If you want that, you set that up so that when your time comes, it can be taken care of.
See, it's kind of the opposite, I think, with us. We're looking at cremation. It's just like, it's very much like what Robin says, you know. That's basically what I'm looking for, because, you know, after we're dead and we passed on our bodies, I don't need it. I don't need it anymore. So,
well, yeah, and that's another one. Like for me, on my license, it shows me down as an organ donor.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. We have that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Because once I'm gone, I don't need it anymore. Give it to somebody else who might use it.
Yeah, that's exactly like what my siblings and I, we already had signed up and have already made ourselves organ donors. Something happened to us, and not just obviously, you know, the typical organs, but even going as far up to our eyes. So something happens to me and someone needs a particular organ, you know, organs will be available.
Yeah. Now, as far as a plot goes, that's the one thing I don't know. Where do I want to be buried? Now, most of my family is buried 2 hours south of where I live. That's where my mom, my brother, my grandma, that's where they're all buried at. And I'm pretty sure that was where Dad would have had me buried at. But if it were my choice, I honestly don't know, because I'm more rooted where I'm at.
Right.
But again, I don't know where I would want my burial to be at. It would make sense to be in the same cemetery as the rest of the family, because, you know, my mom's there, my brother's there. That's where my dad will be. So I don't know.
See,
and I've also thought about cremation too, but again, I don't know.
Yeah, it's such a hard question to ask, because, you know, it's really not that kind of thing where you could just answer it with such a, you know, just give a simple answer for it. I think that's like that for all of us. You know, there's really a no, yes or no, or I don't know. And it's really an I don't know kind of thing. So, you know, I mean, yeah, there may be some answers to some of the questions, but there are others that, you know, have yet to have had an answer, because you just can never fully decide.
Right. I think crunch time.
Yep, Rob.
I would probably go down there, you know, to be with them, and I think there are open plots in front of where my mom and my brother are at.
Right.
But I don't know. But at the same time, you know, if I ever get married, then that would be pretty much on the wife's decision to make.
Right. You know, one thing I've actually already promised myself, something happened to me. I know this is going to sound a little crazy, but, you know, one thing I actually already promised myself is well, you know what? This could still be a possibility, but even if, let's say, if I was going to be buried instead, I had already basically have asked to basically be buried with my vest, actually, because it's my most prized possession. And that's how people would remember me. But you know what? Even if I still chose cremation, I would probably actually have the vest burn with me, because it's like I could still keep it in the afterlife, because that's a part of me.
Well, you can actually.
What's up, Anita?
you can actually be cremated, and because I've seen this done before. Hi, Anita. You can have half of your ashes buried in a plot, and the other half sprinkled somewhere else or just in an urn.
Oh, really? Okay.
I've
See, I
seen
didn't know
that.
that. See, I didn't know anything about that. So that's
Yeah,
new for me.
yeah. You can actually have half of your ashes buried if you wanted.
Interesting.
Hmm.
When we visit grave sites, they seem to know or linger after death as a spirit. So maybe we like having a place to go to have talks with our living relatives. And then she said, apparently, after you can converse with passed on loved ones anywhere, really. But why do graves have spirits captured? There's something about that still too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure how I could answer that one. Yeah, how I could answer that one.
Yeah. I don't know. But that there is a connection between our energy and our bodies. So
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and it's Robin makes it. You can also place certain items in the vault with your ashes. When we did the burial for my mom and dad, they were both cremated and their urns put into a little urn vault with dad's Masonic apron.
hmm,
Oh, that's
okay.
actually not a bad idea because, you know,
No.
that would then leave my, like if I was to do something like that, that would leave my vest then, completely unharmed because that way, even if, though it's not cremated itself, it would still kind of be a part of me even in death.
Well, Dad did tell me that there was a couple things that he wants to have in his casket when it's his time.
Wouldn't we all feel that way, Jill? So yeah, so you were saying that he is asked to have certain possessions put, buried with him as well.
Hmm. Yep. Yeah, there's a couple things that he told me that he wants to be buried with him.
Well, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, the vest would be going. Hopefully by then it still exists, obviously, because I don't know how I'm hoping this vest lasts for a long period of time. I've had it now for almost, 4 years. So, I guess we'll see. But that's, as far as I know, the only thing that I want buried, when my time eventually comes.
Yeah, you wearing the vest?
Yeah, you know what? And I actually saw it from a relative's funeral where we had a uncle of mine who passed away. Unfortunately, he passed away of lung cancer, and he
Bring up
was
this
wait what?
comment. Bring
I'm gonna
that.
be I'm gonna be cremated, mixed with glitter, put in a spring-loaded box, and make some anthropologist day the. Ah.
Anita, you bad girl. I love it.
Oh my god! Oh, what? You know what that
Wow.
means? You know what that means? Well, you know what? No, I'm not even going to bring it up because this is just going to grab Brad's attention if I bring it up.
Yeah, there you go. Get with Brad in the glitter.
Hey, Anita, just an idea. Uh, if you're going to put it in a spring-loaded box, if you really want it decorated, maybe you should get a little bit of that Gorilla Glue to put around the spring-loaded box to glue parts because you're going to have to glue some of the glitter. Just use some of that good old Gorilla Glue.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And before anyone says it, no, I'm not asking ever to be buried with Gorilla Glue when my time comes.
You know, it kind of makes you wonder. When your time comes, how many people will actually come?
Oh, yeah. Because you really don't know. Because, I've actually have learned that you know, even some of the biggest, like, most famous names, like, you know, in music, in film, uh, writing, even, you know, whatever it is, that even if you were like the most popular person of your day, sometimes they don't really get that big of funerals after their times have passed. I mean, it's like, let's say, for example, like, let's say, I'm just going to throw out an idea, like when Elvis Presley passed away. We all know too well he had a huge funeral, like bigger than I think anybody could expect. But you know, when you think about it, though, you know, he as Elvis, as big of a name as he was, that was probably quite a rarity to have that big of a funeral like that. Because even a lot of the celebrities out there don't get as many big ones as everyone always thinks there is. In fact, I saw I actually found news footage of Elvis's funeral, and they said they had not seen a big funeral like this since the death of Marilyn Monroe, who passed away, you know, almost 15 years earlier. So that just kind of goes to show that, you know, if you're a big name, you're probably not going to get that big of a funeral, but you are hoping at least that you can get a couple people to come out and pay their respects.
Well, wasn't there for somebody's funeral that they actually rented out one of the arenas there in Los Angeles?
Um, that does sound a little familiar, actually. I'm not
Yeah.
fully sure.
I want to
That's a
say
good
Michael
question, though.
Jackson, but I'm not sure that they actually rented out one of the sports arenas in L.A. for Michael Jackson's funeral.
Oh, really?
Well, I want to say it was him.
Okay. I'm actually looking at it looking for it right now.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, so I don't know. You just never know how many people will show up to your funeral or how many people won't show up.
Yeah, well, you know what? I can come up with another famous name that you think he would have gotten a big funeral, but he really didn't. This is a name I think a lot of us are familiar with because this was not a recent death. This was actually a death that occurred 90 years ago. You know the director F.W. Murnau, right? You know who that is?
Who?
F.W. Murnau.
No.
He was a German film director, and most people would know who he is because I know it sounds unrelated, but I'm going to get to it really quickly. He was most famous for directing, now 100 years ago, the 1922 vampire film Nosferatu. So, with that being said,
that was him.
That was him, yeah. So, for someone who made a film like that, you think he would have a huge following. But unfortunately, his life was cut short. He actually died in a car crash in 1931 when he was only 42 years old when he passed. So when he passed away and he had his funeral, yeah, I know. But when his funeral occurred, again, you would think he would have a huge, you know, a lot of people come out. He only had about.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, it's easy for us to say right now, when we look at him and we look at Nosferatu, it'd be easy for us to say, oh yeah, he did this huge film back then. Whereas back then, that film wasn't big.
It wasn't, but it wasn't until a couple years afterwards, though. So,
but at the same time, they also wanted that film trashed.
That's true. Yeah, they wanted it destroyed.
Yes.
Well, no. The point of what I'm just simply saying is, you know, for someone like him, as the success that he had, in spite of that, you would have thought he would have had a huge following up until his death.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, what's going on, Carl? Good to see you. Well, it turned out when he passed away and they had his service, only 11 people attended his funeral. That was it.
Oh, wow.
So you think that he would have, you know, 100, 200 people that would have came out because they probably saw the film. You would have expected there would be a lot of fans out there that were big fans of his work. Only 11 people attended his funeral before during the service.
No, I'm pretty sure I have a little more than 11 people attended my funeral.
Exactly. But that just gives you an idea of, that kind of worries some about how many people would attend.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
So Carl, to get you caught up, we've been spending the last, I don't know how
About
long,
45 minutes.
at least, talking about death and people passing away and funerals, the importance of making up wills and saying what you want for your funeral, stuff like that.
Brett said he just started a 25-hour print and thought he broke his printer.
That would explain why he had been quiet for the last 25 minutes.
All that happy topic stuff, as Robin has put it.
Pretty much. Yeah. So Carl, that's what we've been talking about. But yeah, I'm going to try to spend some time this next week just working on that. My will and what I want for my funeral and all of that.
Right.
Yeah, because I really do need to do that. Because after that, it's like I need to get that done because you just don't know when it's going to happen.
Carl says they have 2 new shows on their network on Sundays now.
Cool.
That's awesome. What the hell is this? It took forever to start up. It's going to be one big baby Yoda for the wife.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Living wills and things like DNRs are super important.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, what's DNRs? Because I never.
Do not resuscitate.
Oh, do not, because I've heard of all the other stuff. But I never heard what DNR is.
Yeah, she's talking about if somebody can write out, okay, depending on their health, if say they have a heart attack, do I want somebody beating on me to get my heart restarted?
Interesting.
Yeah. Things like that. So
Okay.
yeah, definitely that stuff very important.
If you pass, they can't revive you. Okay. Oh, these are the shows that Carl was talking. Family's Voice, if that's how I'm saying it right, and Shaman Sundays with Brandon Cooper.
Family Voices.
Family Voices. Okay.
That's how I'm seeing it.
DNR, DNI, do not resuscitate, do not intubate. Intubate, okay.
Yeah.
Basically take no extreme measures. Okay.
I would tell you this. If you are conscious and being intubated, it is the worst thing.
Oh, really?
I can tell you that from experience. I
believe it.
Yeah, because that's what they had to do for the surgery that opened up my jaw. It's called awake intubation. Absolutely the worst thing. I never want to go through that again.
So is it painful or?
Yes. So what it is that it's an airline that they stick up your nose.
Oh, those things.
Got to go down into your throat.
Yep. I thought it goes into your mouth. I thought it.
Well, normally it would, but because my jaw couldn't open but 3 millimeters, they had to get oxygen to me somehow, so they had to go up through my nose.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, if you don't mind me asking, how long did that last for?
It felt like forever. Because they had to strap me down, and I was screaming at them, put me out, put me out, put me out. I was screaming.
Jeez,
All in all, the whole process was probably 90 seconds, but it felt like it was a lot longer than that.
right. Oh God! I mean, even just thinking about it, I can actually kind of picture how it would look, and even just thinking about it just feels painful.
Yeah.
Yikes!
Well, let me tell you this: it is. You do not want to go through that.
No. Well, you know what? I'm not necessarily, but I went through another painful procedure like that a long time ago. But
Yeah.
well, I don't even know if I don't want to be I don't want to be graphic with it. So, but I'll tell you right now that what I went through several years ago, it definitely hurt and was one of the worst feelings for me. And I'll say this: I'm only just going to say this. It was not in my mouth or my nose. It was. I think you guys get the idea.
No,
Yeah.
I don't even want to picture it.
You don't.
The Facebook user that said, "Hi guys, hello."
Yeah, we don't know who you are, so we
I
worked
bet you
as
it's Scott.
I
bet
worked
you-
as an it's who?
As an EMT, yeah.
Oh, worked as an EMT for a while, and part of the training was practicing intubating. It's not much fun for the person doing it either, knowing how much it hurts. Well, no. What I was asking was, you know who this is, or I thought that's what you were saying.
I'm going to guess that's Scott.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it does hurt. I'm sure it's not fun for the person even performing it as well.
Yeah. The surgeon, when I saw my surgeon the following 3 weeks after that, he told me that the girl who did the intubating on me, she felt really bad.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think
knew
about
I
it,
was,
if you
Yeah.
think about it, that has to be quite a what's the word I'm thinking of? Damn,
it's
like,
a painful experience. Now, with that said,
I was gonna say it just came up to me. Sure, that must have been quite traumatizing.
oh yeah. No, with that said, she did it to my right nostril, the side of my nose that has feeling. If she had done it on the left side, then maybe it might not have been so bad
It would
because
probably
there's still a lot of numbness on this side of my face.
Yeah, I was gonna say you
Yeah.
probably would have still felt pressure, but it wouldn't have hurt as much though.
Right. If she'd have done that, it probably wouldn't have been as bad, but I don't know if it would have been.
Anita says, I've had the hose up the nose to flush my stomach. Food poisoning. They wouldn't listen when I tried to tell them the left sinus was collapsed on that side. The bum rushed me anyway and rammed the hose up to it all. Oh God. That just sounds horrible.
And Robin, you got a point there. It may not have been considered safe at the time.
Yeah.
Now it probably would be, but then maybe not.
It was probably in their minds it was just too big of a risk to take.
Yeah. Because really the bones were still healing in my nose. The bones were still fusing. And when we was talking about this upcoming surgery, I even asked about it. They said I will not have to go through that again.
Okay.
That
I'm sure that must have been a sign. That must have been a
Oh.
relief when they told you that.
Yeah, because I don't want to do that again.
So, nobody should.
Yeah.
Nina's saying there was a scene out of The Exorcist, bar-fed green out of every facial orifice. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Jeez. God, that would be just even thinking about that. and for you to go through that yourself, it's like that's something you would never forget.
Yeah. So at least Anita can actually relate.
Right.
May not necessarily be exactly what I went through, but she can relate.
You imagine, I'm just thinking about, I'm just reading, even though I already showed them, just looking at Robin's comments house. She said she worked for an EMT, as an EMT. And the fact that you have, like any job, you have to do what you're told, including performing intubating. And you feel really hesitant, but you feel like you don't have a choice because.
Hold on a second.
Yes. Yeah,
Carl, we're free. We're open on Saturday night, so you can go live on Things Network if you want to.
But just the idea, if you're being told what to do, including doing something like that, and you really don't want to, at the same time, though, it's just like you have to do your job, though, as instructed. It's like, how do you really kind of put yourself through something like that? Like, you really are in that position of like, should I do it? Should I not do it? Because if I do it,
the thing is, it's all a matter of what's best for the person you're doing it to.
Right.
That was the only way they was getting oxygen to me, and they can't. If you can't get oxygen into me, you can't put me out. You can't open my mouth, and I had to have my mouth open.
Right.
So that had to happen, no matter what.
Yeah, Robin just said this. It really is deciding what the best life-saving measure is because the least amount of pain in that time. Oh, they're going to be at Ashmore Estates.
Okay.
Oh, damn. You know what? I got to point this out quickly. Carl, I have to admit, I wish you guys could have been doing that next weekend because Tom and we're going to be not too far from Ashmore Estates because we're going to be at SilCon next weekend. If only it was next weekend, we probably would have joined you guys for the investigation. Let's see. Yeah, that's why I support my brother's DNR choice. My situation was laughable compared to his. And we're bringing out the dead with Nicolas Cage. That's what I think of with what EMTs go through. Nasal intubation was the safer choice instead of cutting open the throat.
I don't think you can really see it. Robin, I had that too. They had to cut open my throat.
See, just the way how I see it, guy, I understand it's like what the best life-saving measures are. But it's like if you're working as an EMT and if you have to do that decision, it's almost like you're kind of put in a position where neither one is really if you have a choice, neither one is going to be good. It's like if I do this, it's going to be bad. If I don't do this, it's still going to be bad because, like I said, and it's like what whoever said in the chat that it's something that the EMT or whoever is not ever looking forward to performing that kind of measure on a patient.
That's why in the medical field, yes, you're saving lives, but that doesn't mean it's going to be pretty.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of good night, traumatizing. Carl. Yeah, good night, Carl. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, and he said it's a high burnout profession because of that. So yeah, you're saving lives, but you're probably going to be doing some stuff as well as seeing stuff that you're not going to be really proud of seeing. It may have a positive outlook, but the procedure of saving that person's life, it's as far as I'm concerned, that can be quite a disturbing experience. It's something that you never truly forget.
Right.
You can be called a hero 1,000 times, saying that you saved this person's life. You may have, that's true. But the procedure to go through that, it's like, put it this way, it's like pretty much the same way like people would see when people are shot during wars and stuff like that, and you're trying to save soldiers who've been shot. It's really no different than any of those kind of things.
Oh, yeah. And And in the time that I was in the hospital, even though I already did, but in the time that I was in the hospital, I gained even greater respect for them.
Right.
Even though I had already had respect for them, but going through what I did and, you know, having to rely on them in ways I never thought I would ever have to rely on a human being, I've got more respect for them.
Right. Right. Jill saying her EMT friends had some real horror stories to tell during
Good night,
her.
Anita.
Oh, good night, Nita. Good to have you on. EMT friends had some real horror stories to tell during her. How do you even say phlebotomy?
Phlebotomy.
What's I've heard of lobotomies, but phlebotomies. What is that?
I don't know. But that's how it's pronounced.
Brad's dad was a paramedic for years, lots of weeks. Didn't see him. He was working 24 hours. Oh, I think Brad's answered the question. Blood work tech, and then Robin, blood drawing.
Okay.
Phlebotomist. Okay.
So
Robin, scraping body parts off the highway was the word. So I'm sure it was.
I don't even want to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, we already see enough. We see enough roadkill with animals, but with people, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, see Jill saying the same. Nurses who give you your injections.
Mm-hmm. and those that have to do even more than that, but that's why I'm going to end that.
Yeah, it's blood work, that kind of stuff. That's basically probably the simplest of perspectives to describe what a phlebotomist is.
Yeah.
That's quite the stuff of nightmares. But you know what? There's just sometimes you got to go through gruesome measures to save someone's life. As much as we hate to believe that.
So with that, the surgery that I'm going to have will be at 7:30 in the morning. It's going to be a 5-hour surgery. So how long I will actually be out, I don't know. But I'm going to try to make sure that somebody is able to get word out to someone so that somebody can be able to get on Monday night sometime and, okay, here's how he's doing, here's what they did, and things like that. I'm going to try to have something arranged for that to happen so that everybody knows, hey, I'm okay.
Right.
The
surgery is no, it's the 26th.
The surgery is on the 12th.
Oh, I thought
Monday,
it was on the 20th. I thought it was on the 26th.
It was originally scheduled for the 26th. Then it got rescheduled to the 12th.
Okay. You're right. You know what? You're right. I remember. You're correct on that.
Yeah.
I remember that now.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to arrange something so that somebody can let someone know and let the rest of the network know.
If I may ask, because I know we've talked about this before, but it's been quite a while. So after the surgery, I know you said eventually you're also going to get, the surgery done. If it is surgery, that is to get your eye corrected. So.
Yeah, but that's going to be sometime next year. But I'm going to have another surgery before that.
I was going to say, so after this surgery that's coming up, I was going to ask, is there 2 more? There's at least 2 more surgeries coming up then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the surgery after the face will be the nose.
Okay. So so the way how I'm seeing it now, it is the first surgeries revolve around the face, the second one is the nose,
the face and the jaw.
And the jaw, and then eventually the eye.
Well, the face and the jaw is one surgery.
Oh, okay. And then, well, no, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. So like the first one is the face, the second one is the jaw and the nose, and then the third
No,
one is
no,
the
the
eye.
jaw is with the face.
That it is with the. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, so it's
Because they're going to be cutting my upper jaw
okay.
and repositioning it because it's not in the right place. The lower jaw is not in the right place, and obviously the cheek and all of that. So they're going to be what I'm really looking forward to that they're going to be doing is that there's a plate that's here on my orbital socket. They're going to take that off, which I am so glad because if you were to run your finger, and I don't know if I had you do this, Nick. I
No,
know
you
I
never did.
had somebody, but I had somebody run their finger across my orbital socket. It feels like a Lego.
Oh, jeez.
It feels like a Lego. If you run your finger here, it's nice and smooth. You
Yeah,
can
it's
tell
nice,
there's
smoother
something
than
there.
normal.
But if you run your finger on the other one, it feels like a Lego. It sticks out.
That's
And
crazy.
yeah, and the edge of my eye patch lays right on it.
I can kind of see a little bit of that pressure sticking out of it, actually. So yeah, that's a good thing that they're taking that out.
Yeah, because I asked specifically about that. I said, "Oh yeah, that's gone."
I could just be glad you don't have to have that in your head forever, because that
I
would
know.
have been a pain. So
I know.
okay, so now that I'm actually seeing this, so this surgery that's coming up is revolving around the face and the jaw. The
Yeah.
second one
Well,
will be
it's going to be reshaping my cheek so that everything is symmetrical with this side, and finally giving my jaw lined up so I can actually have a bite,
right.
which is going to cause me to have my mouth wired shut for 2 months.
Yeah, 2 months.
Which I'm already being prepared for that. Half of my fridge is now filled up with protein drinks. So,
Right.
yeah.
And then the second surgery will be
after all the bones heal up, then we're going to focus on my nose.
yeah. So the second one will be on the nose.
Yeah. So the point with that one is to file down my nose so that it's not so big, and to also reshape it so it's more natural looking.
Kind of like almost like and correct me if I'm wrong, is that basically going to be like a rhinoplasty as they call it, because that's usually changing the shape of the nose?
I was actually looking that up. I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
Because I've always heard when it comes to rhinoplasties, it's usually involving changing the shape of the nose.
I'm not 100% sure. It might be. I don't know.
Okay, and then of course the third and final one will be revolving around the.
Well, it won't be the final one, but the one
the
after
third
the
one.
nose will be my eye. And Jill, no, Jill, cut that out. Cut that.
Jeremy's here with us. Just remember that.
Yeah.
As hard as it is, Jeremy's. As stressful as it sounds, we still got Jeremy here. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So,
Jill, in all retrospect, this entire ordeal may actually be one of the best things that actually happened to me. In a more than way, this whole thing might actually be the best thing that's ever happened to me.
And I've heard all the stories about it from Jeremy. So, by the way, to answer that question I was asking earlier, okay, so Robin said it would be called a reconstructive rhinoplasty.
It could be, but the one thing that I want more than anything else is I want my little side dome back.
Yeah. So. The way
So,
I'm
after that, so after the nose, then we're going to focus on the eye, because at that point, the foundation, as the surgeon called it, is laid and in place. Everything is where it needs to be. Then we can focus on the eye. Because if we were to do the eye before doing all of this surgery, if shifting the bones around can also shift the muscles around, which would inevitably shift my eye around.
Yeah, that would kind of, it's like tangling it up in a way.
Yeah. So for all we know, by redoing the face, will shift my eye in a way where when I wake up, I'm going to have single vision again.
Right.
Chances are very low, but it's a possibility.
It's worth a try.
Yeah. So that would be the third surgery. And then after that, I can go back to work.
So is that it of the surgery then, or is there going to be anything
No,
else?
there is one more that I'm going to be pushing for, and that is for the eardrum on my right side.
Okay.
It's displaced. So it would just be a matter of pulling it back into place. There is no recovery involved that I know of. It would just be in and out, go home that day.
So basically, it's not really going to do anything at all to improve hearing other than moving it back into its place, right?
Well,
I could be wrong, though, because I've heard some people have gone through that surgery and they may have
not
lost
necessarily the hearing itself in terms of volume, but more of getting rid of the staticness that I hear on the right side.
Right.
I have lost hearing on the left side, but that's irreparable. There's nothing that's going to change that.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, this now brings the total that you got 4 more surgeries coming up throughout next year. Then.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you think that's going to go? Do you think that's all? I know I'm asking ahead of time, but
that should be it.
Well, no. What I was going to say is, do you think all 4 of those will occur throughout the year, or do you think it will also continue even into 2024?
I haven't thought of that. I don't think so.
I was going to say, it sounds like after this one that you have coming up, as well as the one on the nose, it seems like the 2 other ones seem relatively simple to repair.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like
I do know that it takes on average for 6 months for the bones to heal.
Right.
So before focusing on the nose, I imagine I would have to wait 6 months after this before doing anything with the nose.
Okay.
So that's October. So I'd be looking at March, most likely April, doing the nose.
All right, so probably around the beginning of spring.
Yeah. Now I do have my bowling tournament coming up in June.
Yeah.
So
you kind of have to be that's when you kind of get, because after you go through something like that, and when the doctors tell you what you need to do to heal, I mean, sometimes that's when you need to be nervous, because if they tell you can't bowl until this heals up, that could be a problem, of course.
Right. Yeah.
June
was also the earliest that I could get a bowling team in at decent times.
Oh, I would be scared immediately, because I would honestly, the process of waiting for those doctor's orders is much more scarier than getting that message, because you don't know. Can I still bowl? Can I not bowl? Jeremy the bowler.
Now the managing specialist has me off work until all of my surgeries are done.
Okay.
Yeah, because the way that I just saw him on Monday, and believe it or not, Workman's Comp actually sent him forms about sending me back to work after this surgery got scheduled.
Really?
Yeah, and I told him no. I am
Yeah,
not going back until everything is done.
yeah, that's not worth the risk too. So
Right. Yeah, I told him until I have both eyes, no.
see
And
those sat.
he did not argue with me on that. He understood, especially with the kind of job that I have, because I need that depth perception back.
Right, right.
Um, so he put on the papers. Don't even worry about coming back to see him until all of my surgeries are done, and stay off work until all of my surgeries are done.
Right.
Yeah.
Jill said that she's seen those, sat in a few while she was visiting a friend in Ohio in 2018. She understands it now. The bowling tournaments were like ours.
Oh, Jill, you don't even know.
Workers' comp is always going to try to push for as short as time as possible because they don't want to pay. I believe it.
Robin, to put it in the simplest way, my workman's comp people have learned not to screw with me.
Yeah, well, especially after something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they have learned not to cross me.
because that might be the last thing they'll ever do. You know, they cross you like that, especially if it's involving trying to get you to come back to work while you're still recovering. Like, what
Mhm.
I mean, I would just literally just stand there, confront him, and just be like, dude, like, what the hell? Like, I went through
Yeah.
this horrific accident. I'm trying to heal up. And now you're trying, all you care about is trying to get me to come back to work. I literally just would be like, what the hell?
Yeah, they don't care about the people.
They really don't. And that's something that's what I'm kind of dealing with sometimes at work. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, my manager, my store manager, they're awesome guys. I love them. They care about us. It's the corporate people that obviously clearly don't care about us.
That
So,
Nick, you don't even know. Trust me, you don't even know. The workman's comp are different people.
oh, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
So
They
glad
are.
they're getting stuff taken care of.
Yeah, the workman's comp, it has nothing to do with the corporate.
It's basically what, like just I guess you can say just a completely separate group.
They're basically an insurance company. It's what they
Okay.
are. They're an insurance company. And all they care about is how much money they're spending. You know what? I don't give a shit how much money you're spending. I need this done.
Right. And you deserve it. You definitely do.
Yeah. The first surgery that I was going to have to open my mouth, the one that ended up failing because that was when they discovered that my trach wasn't put in properly. We were less than a week away from the surgery and they still hadn't approved it. So I called them up and bitched them out for 5 minutes.
No, I don't blame you.
Yeah. Oh, hi, how are you? And that was the last thing they said. I just went off on a tangent for 5 minutes on them and told them, you will have this thing approved.
Yeah.
And I told them, have a nice day, and hung up.
Sometimes you gotta say sometimes you gotta scare people like that to let them know that you mean business for it and that this needs to be done whether they like it or not. Because honestly, some people may even say to act like that, and I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like, some people may say that wasn't nice or smart, but for me, if that was me, I probably would have done the same.
Yeah. In less than 24 hours, they had approvals turned in, and a week later, the lady, the lady that I bitched out wasn't working there anymore.
Oh, she quit?
They say she got promoted.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I think you scared her into quitting.
Well, no, I think it would be more like, well, you approved this when we didn't want you to, so we're letting you go. That's what I'm thinking.
So probably more likely that she was fired then.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But the real reason, they'll never tell.
Yeah, you'll probably never know.
Yeah. And if I have to, I'm very firm with these people. They lost me my ear doctor because of their incompetence, and I told them. My lawyer knows everything about it. Oh yeah, they're not pushing me over. I'd be like, okay, I need you to double check on this because I don't want your people to screw up like they did last time.
Right.
I tell them
right.
that.
And that's a good way to do so because again, that goes to show that you mean business.
Yeah. How do we get to talking about me?
I don't know, to be honest with you. But you know what? At least you're kind of giving updates of how things are going to look over for the next couple of months.
Yeah. Oh, this is all going in my book. I'm telling you that now.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this is all going in my book. Workman's Comp is not going to like me once I release this book.
Oh, I'm sure they're not going to, but you know what? Let them hate it. You know, it's not, that's their problem they're going to have to deal with. Brett told me that he sent a message to you about the surgery.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's I've seen the.
It's on a Monday morning, so I know my dad's going to be there. I think one of my sisters might be too.
Yeah, I was going to say who's all gonna be there when the surgery's in progress.
Yeah, he went into a little more detail on this one. Okay.
Oh, it doesn't work Monday.
That's still a long drive. I don't want you to do that, Brad.
Yeah, see, that's the same thing. It's like if I was able to drive, get out there too, I definitely would. But you know, obviously, all too well how far I live. That for me, that would be a 3.
I'm going to be in surgery. Nobody needs to be there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And plus, like for me, it would be a 3.5 hour drive to get out there. So,
right. And I do appreciate that, Brad. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. So I'm hoping that Monday night I'll be awake because I really don't know how long I'm going to be out.
He's asking where will we have the surgery?
This is Parkview North.
In where?
Parkview North.
Oh, Parkview North.
Yeah. Up in Fort Wayne.
I was going to say that sounds like a suburb or another area of Fort Wayne.
No, that's the name of the hospital. It's off of DuPont Road, on the north end of town. Actually, it's the last thing you see in Fort Wayne, DuPont Parkview Hospital. It's the last one.
You know what? Now that you said that, I think I might have seen that when we were going through Fort Wayne, but I could be wrong though.
No, you wouldn't have.
You know what? Actually, on second thought, no, I wouldn't have seen it. No, I saw it because we were on the other end of town. We were heading out to your house before we went out to OSR.
Parkview is on 69 as you're going up north. And it's literally the last thing you see of Fort Wayne.
Right.
Yeah. But if you came in on 30 going through town, you would not have seen that hospital.
No, we came on I can't remember what road it was, but it was where you passed the courthouse in Fort Wayne. Like when you're passing right in front of it.
Okay, that's St. Joe. That's still a couple of blocks away from it.
Yeah,
That's
that
St. Joe Hospital.
yeah, that sounds like that would have been far from our line of sight to having seen it.
You actually went through downtown?
We went partially through downtown. In fact, we were just down the street from where DeadCon was being held because again, we passed right in front of the courthouse.
Okay. So, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now. I'm thinking about one of those times where you were just passing through town. You should not have been going through downtown. Yeah, I forgot about DeadCon. Okay, so DeadCon, where the Grand Wayne Center,
Yep.
where you walk out. If you were to turn to your right, that's where those little restaurants were right by there.
Yep.
If you were to keep on going, 3 blocks, and then turn right, there's St. Joe Hospital.
Okay.
Because I was parked right by there for DeadCon because I didn't want to pay for parking.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so that would have been the only hospital that you would have seen, and I've got my own things about that hospital and certain things to say about that hospital, but I'm not going to say it on a show.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Yeah. But we have a lot of hospitals here. So there's Lutheran Hospital, which is on the southwest part of town. Then you have Parkview North, which is where I had my surgery and where I'm going to have this other surgery. And then there's DuPont Hospital, which is across the street and across the interstate. And then there's Randalia Parkview Randalia, which is near downtown, which is where I stayed after I had my surgery. And right next to it is the VA hospital.
Okay.
But you likely would not have driven by those two unless you were.
No, we wouldn't have drove through because we were kind of, after we passed that area, I mean, you can kind of say we were still somewhat at the edge, on the edge of town. Of course, once my parents dropped me off, because they were staying in Fort Wayne, other than the hotel that they were going to, I didn't know if they went anywhere else throughout the city.
Right. So let's see. That's it as far as actual hospitals go. Then you have all the little clinics all over town. But,
Yep.
yeah. Those are the major hospitals there in town.
Yeah, and of course, obviously in Chicago, we have quite a number of hospitals as well. Of course, I'm not really as smart exactly.
Probably 10 times as much as we do.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, of course, I'm not a full expert on how many we have. So, but I'm sure we probably do have a lot more though.
Probably more than we can count. But yeah, Parkview North is where I'm going to be at. My arrival time is 5:30 in the morning. Yay!
Oh, so they're starting right on the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I'm the first surgery of the day.
Wow.
It might actually be his only surgery of the day. I'm not sure. So they take me in for surgery at 7:30. They say it's going to be a 5-hour procedure to do everything that he needs, which baffles me. Okay, so
It does.
So get this, guys. The surgery that I had, all right, was 14 hours long. This is where the first doctor put everything back together, but at the same time, he did pull out 2 bone grafts out of my right hip to redo my nose. Okay, so I'm sure that took some time. And he did everything within this right here, and he also did here as well. 14 hours.
Yeah.
Crystal
Jeez.
and Chrissy were trying to find out the status of my of the surgery, and some of the ladies there had no record of me even being there. They couldn't find me.
That's weird.
Yeah, well, because I was in surgery, and even the doctor said that he wasn't expecting the surgery to take as long as it did. So and even at 14 hours, he did not put me together right. He put my cheekbone too far back, causing this side to stick out, and didn't even have my jaw lined up right. 14 hours.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Yeah. Now, granted, he also saved my life, so there's that. Fast forward to now. This other doctor, he's the one who got my mouth open, but he's also going to be the one doing this. He's going to be cutting up all of my bones apart, my jaw and everything. Reposition everything using computer precision so that everything is perfectly symmetrical.
Right.
And he's going to have a lot more room to work with. It's going to sound gross, but he's peeling off half of my face. So he's going to have a lot more room to work with to do all of this. And that's going to take him 5 hours.
I mean, it's better to have as crazy as it sounds, it's better that he's ripping half of your face off, because that would obviously be, I don't know if you want to say much more manageable. I mean, easier, but it would be much more manageable to do, because that way they can repair it right there with half the face exposed.
It gives him more room, because the initial surgery, all he had was from right here to here. That was all he had to open up. So this doctor is cutting from here all the way up here and peeling off. It's like you're peeling off an orange,
or like a mask, or like a mask, if you will, if you think about it.
Yeah. So it's going to give him more room to work with. Exactly, Brad.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, the initial is just a life-saving measure, and to make sure you are stable.
Yeah, but you would think that with 14 hours.
Yeah, seriously. So that makes you wonder, because you said they were going to, on the second surgery, it was only going to last, you said 5 hours? So it's going to be like...
This surgery is going to last 5 hours.
So it's going to be like way more than half the time than what the first surgery was like.
Way less than half the time.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Less than half.
Well, that's provided he does not have any complications.
But with how bad it was, you don't fully know what all they had to do.
Yeah. Well, let me backtrack. So, Brad, the initial was 4.
Hang on 1 second, sir. Do you have? Oh, you're going to sleep. Okay, sorry, my mom just happened to walk by. She was just saying goodnight. Jeremy said hi. She walked away.
The initial, Brad, that was the night of the accident. That was 4 hours. That was where they stopped the bleeding and sewed everything back up. All my bones were loose. Then Sunday, That was the 14-hour one.
Yeah, they said then, yeah, why did it take 14 hours?
Well, this is where it might get some people really mad.
It says,
So-
you think the initial would have been longer. That's what Brad's saying.
So the doctor that did the surgery, he was basically an on-site trauma doctor, okay, who specializes in burns in hands. So doing facial reconstruction, I don't think is necessarily his thing, even though he is a very experienced doctor and is certified to be very capable when it comes to plastic surgery. But I don't think face is necessarily his forte.
Yeah.
And let me give you an example of this. On one of my first appointments with him, we were talking about bringing this in. He was saying that he would go through the eye socket and just merely pull it in. That's what he told us. And I have my sister to back me up on this because she was in that room with me when this doctor said it. That he would just go through the eye socket and simply pull it in, which gave me the impression that what I have here was actually a metal sheet instead of actual bone. It took me a couple of months to finally realize that all of this is bone.
Robin makes a good point. You are not a car. You can't pop a dent like that.
Right.
So it's like this guy thought it was like simple as like popping a dent in a car.
Yeah. So
if anything, he should have just worked as a mechanic.
No. So he gave me the impression that I had like some sort of a metallic mold for a face, which I would have been fine with that. It turns out that no, he put all my bones in here, and I just have plastic or metal plates holding everything in place. He just didn't put it back together.
Right.
And then I would find out from numerous people since then that it's not necessarily his thing to do facial plastic surgery. So had I ended up with the guy who's doing the surgery now, had I ended up with him in the beginning, I would not be going through any of that. I would not have been going through anything that I've had to go through since February.
Right.
By now, this nose probably would have been fixed and I wouldn't be wearing an eye patch. But that's just speculation. That is just purely speculation.
Mm-hmm.
Things take time. And
Yeah, it does.
Things are not always going to go 100% planned. But because of the bones not being where they should be, I could not open my mouth for an additional 2 months after everything was taken off. I should have been able to eat at the end of February. I couldn't eat anything until the middle of April. I'm sorry, the end of January. I should have been able to start eating.
That, and of course, that had to be tough.
It was initially. But it wasn't very long before I got used to just drinking protein drinks.
Right.
And then it was like, no big deal. But when I went to have the first surgery to open my mouth, and they found out that they couldn't do the surgery because my trachea wasn't in place. When I woke up and found that I couldn't open my mouth, I was so discouraged that day. I'm not going to lie. I was extremely discouraged.
I wouldn't
No.
blame you for it.
Yeah. And because the tracheostomy that I had wasn't even inside my trachea. It was wedged between the trachea and the skin of my chest.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm. Because they were going to use that for the oxygen to be able to do the surgery.
Right.
So I had to wait another month to do that.
That's just nuts. That
Yeah.
we had to go through that. That really
Well,
is.
So with that, here's the silver lining that I found in that. Now the trach is out of my throat. Now I can start moving. I can start moving around. I can start exercising. Now I can be exercising and getting my metabolism burning so that by the time I do have this surgery and start eating, I'm already burning up the calories of the food that I'm eating instead of, okay, I had my surgery. They just pulled the trach out. I'm starting to eat, but I haven't started exercising. Now I was able to do the exercising before.
Right. Yeah.
So there is a silver lining in everything, no matter no matter how bad it seems.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So, but to say that things haven't been rough, I'm not going to tell you it has. I'm not going to tell you it's been all easy peasy. It's been rough. I just haven't exactly been all that vocal about it. I mean, I've told people about it, but it's not like I'm going out screaming about it every day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I honestly can't even remember the last time I talked about all this.
Well,
I've talked about it a few times, but it's been a while.
Yeah, it has. But of course, obviously, once you have this book released, I mean, it will get to a point where you could pretty much just tell people the book can tell you, everything basically, because you said a lot of it was going into the book.
Oh yeah, it's all going in that book, and that doctor may not necessarily like it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure you're going to get a couple bad reviews. I mean, but those bad reviews just may come from those people. Everyone else, they may love it.
Yeah, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Right. It is.
Mhm. Yeah. Meanwhile, it's after 11:30, and I think it's time we end the show.
Yeah, I actually do have one unrelated question just before we get off, and I wanted other people to. I wanted to get other people's opinion on this.
No,
Brad, no, 6 more hours.
No.
That's not what I was. Okay, for starters, that is not what I was going to bring on.
No,
but no, what
my
I was
happy
gonna
ass is going to be in bed in less than 2 hours.
No, what I was going to ask though was, so how did you think I did for 13th Dimension last Friday with Rick McCallum? I know you jumped on briefly, but
I have not had a chance to watch anything.
Oh man, it was it went really well for me at least.
That's good.
Eventually, Rick kind of actually helped me out. So, I really, even though Rick was the guest, I kind of owe it to him to kind of help me get through this. Because truth be told, this was my real first time I was doing a Q&A.
Don't ask me, ask the audience.
Yeah.
But for those of you that watched the show Friday night, Brad, Jill, Robin, Anita, any of you guys.
Well, Anita's gone, so it would have to just be Brad, Robin, and Jill. But yeah, and that's the thing too. I did have connection issues. If you remember, I told you that after literally a half hour, the show ended. I mean, I don't know how it did, because at one point I had Ricky with me, and I asked him to take over for me because at one point I had to go use the bathroom. And when I came back, he told me that the show was over. I was like, what are you talking about? And he had told me that Rick just said, because of the connection issues, why don't we just start over? So Ricky ended the show, and that's when we ended up fighting. See, the reason why we were in a different spot than when we were the night before was the lobby that I was in there was people sitting in the same spot. So I had to go look for a new place, obviously, but going upstairs was not a good choice. So when I as soon as that occurred, I called Rick up saying, look, I'm going to look for a different spot. And then once I create a new studio, we'll bring it back on. Of course, Rick, being the patient guy he said he would wait. So we went back downstairs, and we were fortunate enough to see that the people that were sitting in the lobby had left. So we were able to get the spot back that we had for Thursday night show. We still had some connection issues, but it wasn't as frequent as it was when we were upstairs. And that's when we were able to resume the show, and we ended up running for another 2 hours. So it went really well. And yeah, so now everybody else, yep, Jill's saying the same thing.
Yeah, I was able to hop on for not even a half hour.
I think no longer than 15 minutes.
Yeah. So, and I really, really wanted to be on the show with Rick because I like him and we get along very well. We've talked numerous times, and I really wanted to talk with him, but because of the rescheduling of surgery, that just screwed everything up. Because initially Rick was going to be our last guest before we did the haircutting thing, and then the wrench got thrown into the gears on that one, so we had to shuffle things around.
It's fun. I thought this was kind of funny at the time, but during the show, Marty had happened to be watching the show, from Paranormal Mysteries.
Yeah.
And he at one point asked both me and Rick, saying that, we're trying to look for, he says, we're trying to look for guests, especially for, as we get closer to Halloween. I asked, how would you guys like to come on as guests, for our show? Because obviously they wanted me back. And I told them, of course, as far as I knew, I didn't really have much going on, as long as it was on a particular Friday. And it sounded like Rick was interested as well. It just all depended on exactly which Friday they were going to have us on. Okay. So Rick and I are actually supposed to be on guests, are supposed to be guests together on Paranormal Mysteries at some point as we get closer to Halloween. So that was really nice that, because I wasn't sure how to answer. I told Rick, it's like, I could probably do it, but what about you, Rick? And yeah, he said he was all for it, depending on which Friday it would be.
Good.
So it looks like both he and I will be meeting up again, but this time together as guests.
Yeah, because I really wanted to talk to him about his whole trip to Scotland and talk about the time that he and I investigated together at the Paulden jail. Yeah, there's so many things I wanted to talk about, but
which of course, I mean, I was able to ask him a couple of things, from here and there, because again, at the first start of it, I was so nervous. My mind was rushing 1,000 times a second. But then as time went on, though, it's like the questions kind of started just appearing in my head. To the point, because, I had a list of questions.
I told you he was easy to talk to.
Yeah, he is. And at first I had a whole list that my mom was nice enough to come up with questions. But it got to a point where eventually it's like I didn't even really need the list anymore. It's like, even if it's not the best question, you still, ask it anyway, because at least you have it in your head. And
Right.
regardless of whatever the answer is, you're still going to answer it no matter what. Whether it's a good question or a bad question, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so as long as the audience is happy with how you handle the show, that's good enough for me.
It was. And you know what? I'm just going to say this. I even told a lot of the vendors because, as you know, I was at the Michigan Paracon, which, by the way, that was like an unbelievable event. I mean, I would say if there was some way that Things Network can get involved, then I'd say do it because it was a lot of fun.
I was seeing a lot of posts about that.
It is literally, in my opinion, one of the best of the best. And you know what? What was even cooler, at least for me, I actually got to hang out with the crew of Destination Fear, the Ghost Brothers, Steve from Ghost Hunters, Mike Ricksucker, of course, Brian Cano, MJ Dixon. I mean, I was basically like thrilled that I got to hang out with a lot of the big names. And, they basically knew who I was very quickly. And it's like they just accepted me like I was like one of their best friends, basically. So it was a lot of fun. So I'd highly recommend people coming out to the Michigan Paracon. I'm hoping to go next year. And I almost forgot this. You guys probably didn't see this, but did you see that video that I had of me performing karaoke? Did you see that video?
I seen that you had posted a video of karaoke, but again, I hadn't had time to watch anything.
So long story short, there was it's been a long time since I've done karaoke. So I did Brad, it's on my personal profile if you want to see it. It's been a long time, and I decided because a lot of people basically, well, actually, I almost forgot. There was two other people I left out of who I also hung out with. Dave Schrader and Jeff Bellinger. In fact, in the video, Jeff and Dave are at their desk, and you can actually hear them yelling out, Nick, Nick, Nick. And I go up on the stage and I perform a cover version of Metallica's, it's one of my favorite Metallica songs, Enter Sandman. I think I truly rocked that night. And then I actually did it. Now, the person that was recording, is if people wonder, well, who was recording this on my phone while this was occurring? I was actually hanging out with, I had Ricky with me along with his friend John Ho. And one of the guys, I think it was Ricky, he held the camera for me while I performed. So, what, you don't like Metallica, Brad? What the hell?
Apparently not.
See, Metallica, it's like...
Enter Sandman would actually... The vocals on Enter Sandman would actually be good for me. Because I can pull off the rasp for that song.
I could, too. I mean, you wouldn't believe the sound of I basically do have that metal voice, whether people know it or not. And it's like, it's a whole new different story. So, Brad, deal breaker, bro. See, the thing is, the reason why I perform like a lot of the metal music.
Yo, it doesn't matter. Brad's already married, so she's stuck with him.
See, the thing is that it seems like metal music's kind of been relatively popular with the paranormal community. I think a lot of paranormal investigators like a lot of metal music, whether they're big metal fans or not. So, and that's, if you kind of put it this way, the way how I perform it, and of course I keep the vest on for it. It's like I've kind of have become like the rock star of paranormal stuff. And then later that night, I did do one other song, which unfortunately this one wasn't filmed because Ricky and John, they already had gone to sleep because they had to leave early to get back to Fort Wayne. So they weren't around to film it. Plus, it was like 2:00 in the morning. I decided that I was going to perform one more song. And the song that I performed, it was actually a cover of a classic song from the 90s, but it was the cover version of the song Zombie by the Cranberries, but covered by Bad Wolves, which is a cover version. And what was even really cool is that, again, Destination Fear was there. I had the Ghost Brothers right in front of me. That saw me perform. And the best part of it was I was the very last person to sing that night before they closed it off. So it's like, how cool is it to actually close up the event by performing a song like that? So it was badass. So yeah, Michigan Paracon, you got to come to it.
Well, let's see if maybe next year we can set up there.
I already said, I know I'm going to have to deal with, price, transportation, but I said, you know what? I already said, you know what? I'll worry about the transportation and money situation, but I am definitely going to be back. I'm coming back to this.
Yeah. See about setting up next year.
That would be awesome. It's this
But
was their.
At that point, I should be done with all the majors.
They usually have their Paracon out in August, so
Yeah.
I think they're doing it I think next year they are already put out to when they were going to do it. I think it might be. See, I already got the calendar right in front. Let me just see what it was going to be. Looks like they were probably going to. Oh, wait. It's going to probably be. I'm going to put it to either the second week or third week of August. That's my best bet.
Okay. Now I'm going to see about doing Inner Sandman on a future TikTok video.
You know what? I almost forgot. What's really funny about my performances is that after I did my second performance, someone asked me, "So, what's the name of your band gonna be?" They thought I was. They really seriously suggested I should form a band basically because I'm so good with making these covers, and I'm almost considering that. And I thought, well, what could be a good name? And I thought one actually. Why not the? I don't know. This might be a good name. It's all up to what you guys think. The Para Band.
Oh, since Jill is on.
Yeah, Jill. I mean,
YouTube.
obviously, it's called. I mean, obviously, yes, it's in Michigan, but as a reminder, though, it's in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Put it this way: where they have the Paracon, it's literally right next, like probably only a mile or two. It was literally right next to the U.S. Canadian border. There, Jill, if you didn't hear that, I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to put it in the comments so you can see it. Oh, damn it. I keep forgetting about that. It goes to all the links.
Well, I'm getting ready to do the same thing myself.
Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of amazing people that were out there. Where our vendors.
Jill,
were actually
that is my personal YouTube channel. That's where I put the songs that I put of me singing. The videos I put of me singing songs on TikTok are also going on to that channel.
See, when you know what was even cooler, again, another cool thing about the Paracons, we were actually helping out with how we were able to go was we were actually helping out with one of the vendors, Mary Marshall, who's an investigator here in Chicago. She also was, believe it or not, my former teacher that I had when I went to the paranormal classes back when I was in college. And she had a vendor table there. And right in between us, we had Brian J. Cano and Aaron Sagers, both of whom you guys are familiar with from the show Paranormal Caught on Camera. They were both there. And then just a little bit, just across from us, we also had Patty Negri that was nearby. And then just around the room, we also had the Tennessee Wraith Chasers nearby. So, yeah, there's a lot of big names. And even Andrea Perron and Roger Perron were there. So the Ghost Hunters, of course. So it was like, again, it's totally worth an event that you got to come out. And just so you know, Jeremy, at one point I was talking to Brian, and he told me he has. I know, of course, you're going to be in the healing process, but just so at least you know about this, he is going to be having an event at Fort Wayne. It's going to be called the History of the Paranormal Exhibit. They're having that October 13th to the 15th. Of course, again, I know you're not really going out after the surgery, but that's all going to be hosted. Yeah, that's all going to be hosted by Brian Cano, just so you're aware.
Okay.
Brian actually wants me to come out to this event because Brian and I, even though we don't see each other too often because he lives out in New York, other than seeing him on television all the time, either way, we have become really good friends. So he's starting to invite me to some of his events now. And of course, also most people remember him also from when he used to be on Haunted Collector with John Zaffis, which, by the way, John Zaffis was at Michigan Paracon. We actually celebrated because it turned out he's been now doing this for 50 years exactly. So we kind of celebrated the 50 years. Yeah, we celebrated the 50 years of work for John Zaffis. The karaoke, we actually all sang Ghostbusters together, but John Zaffis way, if you know what I mean. So he looked like he had a lot of fun with that.
Okay. So tomorrow on 13th Dimension, guys, we will be talking with Diana May.
Yep.
She is a producer for Ghost Finders and Deathwalkers. It will be her first ever interview. So definitely come on to the show and make her feel welcome.
It's going to be a good one. I have that feeling. It's going to be good.
It's going to be good. Plus, she's really cool to talk with. And then next week, Jeremy York gets a haircut.
You know what I almost thought about doing, just to do this as a joke, but I've actually watched a video lately. It's a YouTube channel called Rebel TV, and it involves these two college kids going around shaving people's hair. And they're not really shaving it, they're using an electric razor, but they take the blade out, so all you hear is the but it's not actually cutting their hair. They do it to certain people, and they just start chasing them off, and it's just hilarious, just the reactions. But you know what? Hey, that's what happens when you prank. They get kind of mad.
Well, this one is going to be real because I am going to be bald by the end of this show. I am going to be bald by the end of this show. So we're going from all of that to something else. And then also don't forget, I announced this at the beginning of the show, but my new album, Songwriter, will be put out on my website September 30th.
Brad saying, "You will look like me."
No, Brad, you're going to have more hair than me.
Yeah, because he's more buzz cut.
Yeah. So September 30th will be my new album, Songwriter, and I actually have a little more than half of another album made, so I'm going to go ahead and get that completed while I can.
He's saying, "Are you going completely bald?" Which I already know the answer to that.
Yes, Brad, I am. Shave everything off and then use a razor.
Is that also?
It's going to be baby smooth.
Is that also going to? I can't believe I'm about to ask this. Is that also going to include the eyebrows?
Actually, yeah.
Oh my God, you're kidding!
I'm taking everything off.
Brad's like, make sure you wear a white shirt. Is he asking? Is he mentioning what I think he is? Oh wait, Mr. Clean. Brad and I wanted to join, Jill. The only problem is that you'll definitely look like Mr. Clean, but the only thing that you're missing, maybe you should get Clarissa to get like those colored contact lenses, because Mr. Clean has blue eyes, not brown.
No.
Brad said he's shaved his head bald before. It's just a pain.
Yeah. Yeah, but thing is, isn't this sexy? Okay, don't answer that question. So that's one of the reasons why I will not be showing up on a podcast until sometime after January. So give my hair a chance to grow back a little bit.
Brad said he was told he looked like a walking male appendage. I don't even know what the hell that is.
You don't want to know.
I was going to say, I don't think I want to know.
Trust me, Nick, you do not want to know.
Don't want the bad hammer.
Yeah. You just keep your innocence, Nick. You do not want to.
Yeah, it's probably for the best.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, definitely tune in tomorrow for Diana May. That's going to be a fun show. Let me tell you this. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then also tomorrow after that show, I am going to be on. It's been promoted on YouTube. I'm going to be on the Grizzly Bigfoot show. I'll share that out as well to everybody. So, and you'll actually be able to participate on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, you're still in Facebook jail, Jill? I thought she was out of Facebook jail.
She's been influenced by Eileen too much. That's what it is. She's been influenced by Eileen too much.
Jill, I'm just gonna say this: if you haven't, oh yeah, Brett thinks that he thinks she had 30 days. Well, Jill, with that being said, if you have been influenced by Eileen, I'm sorry.
I'm not. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and sign off of here. We've been on here for 4 hours.
Almost 4 hours, but yeah.
Yeah. And I want to go eat me a bowl of ice cream.
And before you say it, Brad, no, we're not going on for another 5 hours.
No.
I bet he's typing that right now, so we're going to see that any second.
It's not even going on for another minute.
Yeah. Okay, 4.
Nope.
Nope.
Well, maybe 4 seconds. I'll give you 4 seconds. So
we'll have to pee my page directly see anything, I suppose. Yeah, no, yeah, 4 seconds, Brad. That's what you meant.
Yeah. So anyway, I haven't done any banners at all tonight. That's surprising. So anyway, thank you guys for playing along. And
4 days. He's mean 4 days.
No.
That is never going to happen.
So, well, after I'm out, Nick, if you want to go on for 4 days, have at it.
No, I got stuff I got to do. Oh, Jill, you haven't made dinner yet? What the hell? Usually you're cooking during the show.
There you go, Jill. You go make dinner. I'm going to go have dessert.
I'm going to go. I actually got to clean up my room and office a little bit before I got to go to bed because I got work in the morning.
Okay. Oh, there you go. So Nikki needs to go to bed.
It's almost bedtime for me. Oh, wait. I think she meant she hasn't finished making it. She needs another 4 hours of show. It's only 9.
Hey, you know what? She can go to Spotify and listen to one of our 13th Dimension shows that's on Spotify. Listen to that while she's cooking.
Exactly.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys for playing along tonight. Definitely join in. Give Diana a lot of love. I know she's really nervous, but she's also excited about that. And I guess we'll just see you guys tomorrow night.
Yep. It'll be a good show.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.